Journal entry number 15, 15th October 1895. As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered in all our years together. One where a weapon vanished into thin air as completely as morning mist upon the Highland moors, and where my dear friend Sherlock Holmes found himself facing not merely a puzzle of logic, but a phantom of physics itself that defied every natural law I had learned in my medical training. Even now, 5 years removed from those peculiar events, I can scarcely credit what transpired in that remote corner of Scotland. The autumn wind howls outside my window tonight, not unlike the wind that greeted us upon our arrival at Dunvegan Castle, and perhaps it is this similarity of sound that has drawn these particular memories to the surface of my mind. Or perhaps it is simply that some cases, some experiences, refuse to remain buried in the dang-on-shi of one's past, insisting instead upon regular resurrection, as though they carry lessons we have not yet fully absorbed. I speak, of course, of what the newspapers of the day called the Highland Phantom Murder, though Holmes himself always referred to it with characteristic precision as the adventure of the glass dagger. The press, as is their custom, sensationalized every particular, filling their columns with speculation about spectral assassins and cursed Highland relics. The truth, as Holmes was fond of observing, proved simultaneously more prosaic and more ingenious than any ghost story. But I'm getting ahead of myself, a habit Holmes often chided me for in my literary endeavours. "Watson," he would say with that peculiar mixture of affection and exasperation, "you have a tendency to announce the destination before describing the journey. It robs the narrative of its essential suspense. So let me begin, as all proper accounts should begin, at the beginning. It was a grey morning in late September of 1890 when Inspector Lestrade arrived at our Baker Street lodgings, his face bearing that particular expression I had come to recognize over the years, a mixture of professional irritation and reluctant hope, the expression of a man who has encountered something beyond his considerable experience, and must now swallow his pride to seek assistance from the one person he knows can untangle the impossible. Holmes and I had been engaged in one of our typical morning routines. I was attempting to read the Times, while Holmes conducted what he called experiments in tobacco ash differentiation, a pursuit that had filled our sitting room with a haze that would have done credit to a London particular. Mrs. Hudson had already knocked twice to express her displeasure, and I confess I was inclined to agree with our long-suffering landlady. "Holmes," I ventured, lowering my newspaper, "do you not think that Lestrade is ascending our stairs at this very moment, no doubt bearing news of something sufficiently baffling to overcome his natural reluctance to seek my counsel? Indeed, Watson, I had anticipated his arrival within the quarter hour." I should have been accustomed to such pronouncement after so many years, yet Holmes's deductions still had the power to astonish me. How on earth? The telegraph boy passed beneath our window 7 minutes ago, glancing up at our residence before proceeding 3 doors down, Mrs. Hendrickson's establishment, where Lestrade has taken temporary lodgings, while his own home undergoes repairs. The lad's subsequent rapid departure, the lack of any returning message, and the fact that Lestrade's morning constitutional invariably brings him past Baker Street at this hour, all point to his imminent arrival. The only variable was whether the message would prove sufficiently intriguing to overcome his breakfast routine. As if summoned by Holmes's words, Mrs. Hudson's knock sounded upon our door, followed immediately by her announcement. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Inspector Lestrade, to see you, and he says it's most urgent." "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson, if you would be so kind," Holmes called out, already reaching for his pipe, a sure sign that his remarkable mind was preparing to engage with whatever puzzle was about to present itself. Lestrade entered with the brisk efficiency that characterized all his movements, though I noticed immediately that his usual ruddy complexion appeared somewhat pale. In my medical capacity, I had learned to read such signs. This was a man who had witnessed something that had shaken him considerably. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he began, dispensing with his usual pleasantries, "I've just received word from Scotland Yard. There's been a murder in the Scottish Highlands, Dunvegan Castle, to be precise. The local authorities are completely baffled, and—" He hesitated, as though the next words cost him something. "They've specifically requested your assistance." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "Scotland Yard requesting my involvement before they've exhausted their own resources. How refreshingly unprecedented, Lestrade. This must, indeed, be singular." "It's not just Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes." Lestrade's voice dropped slightly. "The request comes from higher up. Much higher up." I saw Holmes's eyes sharpen with interest. "Indeed? The Home Office?" "Beyond that, sir. I'm not at liberty to say more, but let's just observe that there are those in Whitehall who take a particular interest in maintaining certain delicate relationships with our Scottish neighbours, especially where the Highland aristocracy is concerned." At this, I felt a familiar chill of recognition. In our years together, I had become acquainted with the peculiar netherworld where criminal investigation intersected with matters of state. And there was only one person of my acquaintance who moved seamlessly through both realms, someone whose name Lestrade would dare not speak aloud in an official capacity. "Mycroft," Holmes said simply, and I saw the slight nod of confirmation in Lestrade's eyes. Holmes's elder brother, that peculiar genius, who, in Holmes's own words, occasionally was the British government, had long operated from the shadows, his influence extending into areas that most of His Majesty's subjects would never imagine. If Mycroft Holmes had taken an interest in a Highland murder, then there were undoubtedly political dimensions to this case that extended far beyond the mere solving of a crime. "Tell me the particulars, Lestrade," Holmes said, settling into his chair with the focused intensity I knew well. "Omit nothing, however trivial it may seem." Lestrade withdrew a telegram from his pocket and read, "Laird Angus MacLeish found dead in his study yesterday morning, September 28th. Body discovered by his valet at 7:30. MacLeish had been stabbed through the heart with what witnesses describe as a dagger made entirely of glass. Ornate handle, transparent blade, the whole thing clear as crystal. The weapon was seen by multiple servants immediately after the body's discovery." "Was?" Holmes interjected sharply. "You use the past tense with interesting specificity." "Yes, Mr. Holmes. That's precisely the problem." Lestrade's discomfort was evident. By the time the local constabulary arrived, a delay of perhaps 30 minutes, given the remote location, the weapon had vanished completely. The room was locked from the inside, the key in the door. The windows were secured. Yet the glass dagger had simply disappeared. I felt my medical training rebel against such an assertion. Surely someone must have removed it. A servant, perhaps, in the confusion. The servants were all accounted for, Doctor, and the body was never left unattended. The valet who found him immediately raised the alarm, and the housekeeper stationed herself at the door while others were summoned. No one entered or left with anything remotely resembling a weapon. Holmes leaned forward, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, a gesture that always indicated his deepest concentration. A glass dagger, you say, not merely a blade with a glass handle, but the entire weapon fashioned from glass. According to all witnesses, yes. They were quite insistent on the point. Clear glass, they said, like fine crystal, catching the morning light through the study windows. And yet, Holmes mused, glass, while possible to fashion into a blade, would be an extraordinarily impractical murder weapon. Fragile, likely to shatter upon impact with bone, requiring tremendous force to penetrate deeply enough to reach the heart. Was the victim a large man? According to the report, McLeish was of average height, but robust build. A Highland gentleman of the old school, active in field sports, riding, shooting, which makes the use of glass even more remarkable, Holmes observed. To drive such a weapon through the chest wall of a healthy, well-muscled man would require either tremendous strength or extraordinary fortune, or both. And yet, you say the weapon vanished entirely. Not a trace of it, Mr. Holmes. They've searched the entire castle. Nothing. I found myself struggling with the logical impossibilities of the situation. Could it have been some form of ice, perhaps? Frozen water fashioned to resemble glass, which then melted? Holmes glanced at me with what I liked to think was approval. An interesting hypothesis, Watson, though the September temperatures in the Highlands would hardly be conducive to such rapid melting. Still, your thinking runs along productive lines. Lestrade, what of the wound itself? Has a medical examination been conducted? The local doctor examined the body. Single wound to the chest, left side penetrating directly to the heart. Clean entry, no tearing or irregularity to suggest struggle or multiple strikes. Death would have been nearly instantaneous. Nearly instantaneous, Holmes repeated softly. Yet, not quite. The distinction may prove significant. And McLeish, what do we know of him? His position, his relationships, his potential enemies. Lestrade consulted his notes. Angus McLeish, 52 years of age, Laird of Dunvegan for the past 15 years following his father's death. Married, no children. Respected in the community, though he hesitated. Though Holmes prompted. There were rumours of financial difficulties. Some talk of disputes over land rights with neighbouring estates. And there's the matter of his wife, Lady Catherine McLeish, considerably younger than her husband, married only 3 years ago. A beauty, by all accounts, though there's been some gossip about her adjustment to Highland life. She's English, you see. From Surrey originally, I saw Holmes's eyes gleam with that particular light that indicated his mind was already constructing theories, building elaborate structures of possibility from these scattered facts. How refreshing, he murmured. A case that presents not one, but multiple impossibilities. A weapon that defies physics, a locked-room mystery, a victim of social prominence, and the spectre of political complications. Watson, I trust your practice can spare you for a week or so. The question was rhetorical. Holmes knew perfectly well that I wouldn't dream of refusing such an invitation. My practice, though respectable, was not so demanding that I could not arrange for my colleagues to attend to my patients. And truth be told, the prospect of leaving London's grey streets for the dramatic landscapes of the Scottish Highlands held considerable appeal, even under such grim circumstances. "I am at your disposal, Holmes," I replied, already mentally cataloguing what I would need to pack. "When do we depart?" "The afternoon train, if Lestrade can secure us passage. I assume Scotland Yard will be covering our expenses, given their eagerness for our involvement." Lestrade nodded. "All arrangements will be made, Mr. Holmes. First-class compartments to Edinburgh, then private transport to Dunvegan. You'll have every cooperation from the local authorities." "Excellent. Then we have several hours to prepare. Watson, do ensure to pack your service revolver. I suspect the Highlands may prove less than hospitable in ways that have nothing to do with the weather. And Lestrade, I shall need copies of any correspondence between the castle and the authorities, any statements from the servants, and, if possible, a detailed plan of the castle's layout." "I'll have everything sent round within the hour," Lestrade promised, rising to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back. "Mr. Holmes, there's one more thing. The servants at Dunvegan, they're frightened. Some of them are talking about old Highland curses, ancient blood feuds, that sort of superstitious nonsense. The local constabulary is having difficulty maintaining order and preventing panic." Holmes waved a dismissive hand. "Superstition thrives in the absence of explanation, Lestrade. Once we provide a rational account of events, I suspect these phantom curses will evaporate as completely as the mysterious glass dagger itself. Good day to you." After Lestrade's departure, I turned to Holmes, who had already begun pulling various reference volumes from our shelves. "What are you thinking, Holmes?" He didn't look up from his reading. "I am thinking, Watson, that there are no impossible crimes, only crimes whose explanations have not yet been discovered. A weapon that vanishes suggests either remarkable sleight of hand or a fundamental misunderstanding of the weapon's nature. Your suggestion of ice was not without merit, though, as I noted, the timing presents difficulties. Still, we must keep our minds open to possibilities that challenge our preconceptions." "And Mycroft's involvement?" At this, Holmes did look up, his grey eyes meeting mine with an expression of concern I rarely saw in them. "That, Watson, troubles me more than the mystery of the vanishing dagger. My brother does not concern himself with ordinary murders, however puzzling. If he has taken an interest in this case, then there are undoubtedly dimensions to it that extend beyond the death of one Highland laird, however prominent. We may find ourselves navigating waters far deeper than a simple investigation of murder." I felt a familiar flutter of anticipation mixed with apprehension. Our adventures had taken us into dangerous territories before, both physical and political. Yet I had never lost faith in Holmes's ability to navigate such treacherous waters, nor in our partnership's capacity to see us through whatever challenges we might face. "Then we shall proceed with our eyes open," I said simply. Holmes smiled, one of his rare, genuine smiles that transformed his austere features. "My dear Watson, I would not face such unknown depths with any other companion. Now, if you would be so kind as to ring for Mrs. Hudson, I believe we should arrange for an early luncheon before our departure. I have found that railway dining cars, while serviceable, rarely provide meals conducive to clear thinking, and I suspect we shall need all our faculties once we reach the Highlands. As I reached for the bell, I found myself looking out our window at the familiar bustle of Baker Street below, the hansoms rattling past, the street vendors crying their wares, the endless flow of London life. It struck me then that we were about to leave this comfortable, comprehensible world for something far more mysterious and remote. The Scottish Highlands, with their ancient castles and older superstitions, their wild landscapes and wilder histories, seemed suddenly very far removed from the rational universe Holmes and I typically inhabited. Little did I know then how profound that distance would prove to be, nor how the case of the glass dagger would challenge every assumption I held about the nature of evidence, the reliability of witnesses, and the thin line between the possible and the impossible. But such are the gifts of ignorance. We embark upon our journeys blissfully unaware of the revelations that await us to their conclusion. The afternoons would bring departure, the evening would bring arrival, and with the Highland dawn would come our first glimpse of Dunvegan Castle and its secrets. But in that moment, with London spread before me, and Holmes humming thoughtfully as he studied his books, I felt only the familiar thrill of anticipation that accompanied the beginning of every new case. I could not have known that this investigation would prove unlike any other we had undertaken, that it would test not merely Holmes's deductive powers, but his very understanding of the natural world itself, and that before its conclusion I would witness something that would force me to question the fundamental laws of physics I had learned in my medical training. But such revelations lay ahead, beyond the railway journey and the Highland mists. For now there was packing to be done, arrangements to be made, and the comforting routine of preparation that preceded every adventure. Mrs. Hudson would complain about the short notice, Holmes would forget to pack something essential, and I would fuss over details while my friend dismissed them as trivialities. It was, in its own way, as familiar and comfortable as the Baker Street lodgings themselves, this ritual of departure, this threshold moment before the unknown. And as I turned from the window to begin my preparations, I felt that peculiar mixture of trepidation and excitement that had become the signature emotion of my years with Sherlock Holmes. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot. The journey northward proved as dramatic as any I had undertaken in all my years of travel. As our train carved its way through the English countryside that afternoon, I found myself reflecting upon the curious nature of our profession, if indeed one could call Holmes's unique vocation a profession. Here we were, speeding toward a remote Scottish castle to investigate a death that defied rational explanation, summoned by powers we could only guess at, pursuing a mystery that seemed to belong more to the realm of Gothic fiction than to the ordered world of criminal investigation. Holmes spent much of the journey in contemplative silence, occasionally consulting the documents Lestrade had provided, but more often simply staring out the window at the passing landscape with that peculiar intensity that indicated his mind was working through possibilities at a rate I could scarcely imagine. I had learned long ago not to disturb him during these periods of intense cogitation. Instead, I occupied myself with reviewing my medical bag, ensuring I had brought adequate supplies for whatever we might encounter. As we crossed into Scotland, and the landscape began to shift, the gentle rolling hills giving way to more dramatic terrain, the ordered farmlands yielding to wilder, more untamed vistas. I felt a corresponding shift in my own thoughts. There was something about the Scottish borderlands that seemed to exist outside the comfortable certainties of English civilization. Perhaps it was merely the romantic in me, fed by too many novels and poems celebrating the Highland mystique. But I could not shake the feeling that we were travelling not merely north, but somehow backward in time, into a realm where older laws and older ways still held sway. "You're thinking about the supernatural, Watson," Holmes observed suddenly, not taking his eyes from the window. "I can always tell by that particular expression you adopt, a mixture of scepticism and guilty fascination." I confess I started slightly at this observation. "How on earth—" "Your reflection in the window, my dear fellow. You've been staring at those distant mountains for the past quarter hour with an expression I've only seen when you're contemplating something that challenges your rational medical training. Given our destination and the nature of our case, it requires no great deduction to surmise that you're wondering whether we might encounter something that defies natural explanation." "And if I am," I replied, somewhat defensively, "surely even you must admit that a weapon which vanishes into thin air suggests something beyond ordinary criminal cunning." Holmes finally turned to face me, his expression serious, but not unkind. "Watson, in all our years together, have we ever, even once, encountered a phenomenon that couldn't ultimately be explained by natural causes and human agency? The Hound of the Baskervilles was phosphorescent paint. The Spectral Bride was a clever stagecraft. Every ghost we have pursued has proved to be flesh and blood. Every curse, nothing more than elaborate misdirection or fortunate coincidence. But this glass dagger is indeed puzzling, I grant you. But puzzling is not synonymous with the supernatural. Consider, if the weapon were truly glass, where did it come from? Who manufactured it? For what purpose? And if it could vanish, why use it at all? Why not employ a conventional weapon and remove it by conventional means? He leaned forward, his eyes bright with that intellectual passion that animated all his investigations. "No, Watson, the very impossibility of the situation suggests that we are not seeing clearly. There is something fundamental about this weapon, about its nature, its purpose, or its description, that we have misunderstood. Once we correct that misunderstanding, the entire mystery will resolve itself with perfect logic. You sound very certain." "I am certain of only one thing, that the universe operates according to fixed natural laws, and that human behavior, however complex, follows patterns that can be discerned and understood. Everything else is merely the application of observation and reason to the available evidence." I wanted to argue further, but something in Holmes's tone suggested that he was perhaps trying to convince himself as much as me. For all his professed certainty, I detected an undercurrent of unease, as though even he sensed that this case might prove different from all our previous adventures. We changed trains at Edinburgh, taking a smaller local service that carried us deeper into the Highlands. The landscape grew increasingly spectacular and simultaneously more forbidding. Great mountains rose on either side of our route, their peaks often hidden in low-hanging clouds. Deep glens opened beside us, shadowed and mysterious, while rushing streams carved their way through ancient rock. It was a landscape that spoke of tremendous age and indifferent power, a reminder that human concerns were but brief moments in the vast chronology of geological time. The other passengers in our compartment, a shepherd returning from market and an elderly woman travelling to visit family, spoke in hushed Gaelic, their voices rising and falling in that musical cadence I found simultaneously beautiful and incomprehensible. They glanced at us occasionally with that peculiar Highland courtesy that maintains perfect politeness, while making clear that one is a stranger, an outsider, someone who does not belong to these ancient lands. As the afternoon wore into evening, we finally reached the small station nearest to Dunvegan Castle. A closed carriage awaited us, sent by the local constabulary, and we loaded our luggage with the help of a taciturn driver who responded to our questions with monosyllables. The light was fading as we began the final leg of our journey along narrow, winding roads that seemed to have been carved from the landscape more by custom than design. "Tell me about the castle, driver," Holmes requested as we jolted along. "How long has it stood?" The man was silent for so long I thought he might not answer, but finally he spoke in heavily accented English. "Dunvegan has stood 400 years and more, sir. Built by the MacLeishes when they were lords of all these lands, before the clearances and the changes. It's an old place, and old places have long memories." "And the current laird?" "Angus MacLeish." "What manner of man was he?" Another long pause. "He was the MacLeish." "That's what matters in these parts. His family has held these lands since before the Stuarts. What he was as a man." The driver shrugged. "That's for others to say." "Was he well liked?" "He was respected, sir." "That's not always the same thing." Holmes caught my eye, and I saw his slight nod of satisfaction. Even in these few terse responses, the driver had provided valuable information. MacLeish had been a figure of authority and tradition, but not necessarily of affection. The distinction might prove significant. As we rounded a final bend in the road, Dunvegan Castle came into view, and I confess it took my breath away. It rose from a rocky promontory like something from a medieval romance, all grey stone and narrow windows, with towers that seemed to claw at the darkening sky. The surrounding landscape was bleak moorland, stretching away in all directions, broken only by scattered rocks and the occasional twisted tree bent permanently by highland winds. Behind the castle, mountains rose in serrated ranks, their peaks lost in clouds that seemed to boil and churn in the fading light. "Good Lord," I breathed, and even Holmes seemed impressed by the dramatic prospect before us. "One can certainly understand," he murmured, "why the servants might be inclined toward supernatural explanations. This is a setting that seems to demand Gothic mysteries." As we drew closer, I could make out more details. The castle was not a single structure, but rather a complex of buildings from different eras, all connected but clearly built at different times, as successive generations added to the ancestral seat. The oldest section, a square keep, with walls that must have been 10 feet thick, formed the heart of the structure, while more recent additions, including what appeared to be a Victorian wing with larger windows and somewhat less forbidding architecture, extended to either side. We crossed a stone bridge over a ravine. I glimpsed rushing water far below in the gathering darkness, and entered through an arched gateway into a courtyard. Here we were met by a small delegation, a thin, anxious-looking man in butler's livery who introduced himself as McTavish, the castle's steward, a stout, grey-haired woman who proved to be Mrs. Fiona Macpherson, the housekeeper, and a younger man in the uniform of the local constabulary, Sergeant Duncan McBride, who would serve as our liaison with the authorities. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Sergeant McBride said, extending his hand with a firm grip. "We're grateful you've come so quickly. This business has the entire household in an uproar, and I confess I'm well out of my depth." "Then let us remedy that situation with all possible speed," Holmes replied. "I would like to see the scene of the crime immediately, before any more time has elapsed. Every hour that passes makes the trail more difficult to follow." "Of course, sir. Though I must warn you, the study has been kept locked since we completed our initial examination. Lady MacLeish has requested that we disturb nothing until someone who knows what they're looking for has had a chance to investigate properly." "Diplomatic of her," Holmes observed. "And where is Lady MacLeish at present?" "In her chambers, sir. She's taken the death very hard, as you might imagine. Dr. Campbell, our local physician, has been attending to her. He's given her something to help her sleep." I felt my medical instincts engage. "Is she physically well?" "No injuries or signs of distress beyond natural grief." Mrs. Macpherson spoke for the first time, her voice carrying that stern Highland directness I would come to associate with the region. "Lady Catherine is a delicate woman, Doctor. Refined. She's not built for tragedies such as this. The shock of it has left her quite prostrate." Something in the housekeeper's tone suggested a certain disapproval, though whether of Lady MacLeish's delicacy or of something else entirely, I could not yet determine. I filed the observation away for future consideration. In my experience, the attitudes of household staff often revealed much about family dynamics and hidden tensions. "Tomorrow will be soon enough to speak with her ladyship," Holmes said. "For now, show us how to study. And please, ask all the servants who were present when the body was discovered to remain available. I shall want to speak with each of them in turn." We were led through the castle's interior, a maze of corridors that seemed to belong to different centuries simultaneously. Ancient stone passages gave way to more modern hallways with proper wallpaper and gaslight fixtures. Family portraits stared down at us from the walls, generations of MacLeishes with stern Highland faces, and formal dress spanning from Elizabethan ruffs to Victorian frock coats. I noticed that several of the paintings showed men holding dirks, the traditional Highland dagger, and I wondered if this fact might prove significant. Finally, we arrived at a heavy oak door at the end of a long corridor in what appeared to be the oldest section of the castle. Sergeant McBride produced a key and unlocked it, pushing the door open with evident reluctance. "Everything is as we found it, Mr. Holmes. We've touched nothing except to examine the body, which has since been removed to the chapel." Holmes stepped into the room, and I followed close behind. The study was a large chamber with stone walls partially covered by dark wood panelling. Two tall, narrow windows looked out over the moorland. I could see nothing now but darkness and my own faint reflection in the glass. A massive desk dominated the centre of the room, its surface covered with papers, ledgers, and correspondence. Behind the desk stood a leather chair, and on the floor beside this chair I could see a dark stain that required no medical training to identify. "That's where he fell," McBride said quietly. "Slumped forward out of the chair." The dagger was protruding from his chest, left side, as you'd expect if someone meant to strike the heart. Andrew Mackenzie, that's the valet, found him at 7:30 in the morning when he brought the laird's morning tea. Holmes had already begun his examination, moving about the room with that peculiar gliding step he adopted when investigating a crime scene. He studied the windows carefully, testing the latches and examining the frames with his magnifying glass. He inspected the door and its lock. He crawled on hands and knees around the desk, scrutinizing the floor with such intensity that Sergeant McBride shifted uncomfortably. "You're certain the room was locked from the inside when the valet arrived?" Holmes asked, without looking up from his examination. "Absolutely certain, sir." Mackenzie tried the handle and found it locked. He could see through the keyhole that the key was in the lock on the inside. He raised the alarm immediately. "And the windows?" "Both latched from the inside, sir." We checked most carefully. Holmes rose to his feet and approached the bloodstain on the floor, studying it from several angles. "The body lay here. How exactly?" "Describe his position in detail." McBride consulted a notebook. "He was on his right side, sir, partially beneath the desk. His right arm was extended, as though he'd reached out as he fell. The left hand was clutching at the dagger handle." "Clutching at it?" "Not simply lying near it. His fingers were wrapped around the handle, sir." Dr. Campbell noted it particularly. He said it suggested that the laird had grasped the weapon, perhaps trying to pull it free. I saw Holmes's eyes narrow with interest. "And this handle? Describe it in detail. Shape, size, material. Everything you observed." "It was glass, sir, like the blade. Crystal clear glass, ornate in design, carved with what looked like Celtic patterns. Perhaps 6 inches in length, narrow enough for a good grip. Several of us remarked on how beautiful it was, even in such terrible circumstances. The morning light was streaming through those windows, and the whole weapon seemed to glow, almost like it was lit from within." "How poetic," Holmes murmured. "And how many people saw this remarkable weapon before it vanished?" "Let me see." McBride consulted his notes again. Mackenzie, the valet, of course. Then Mrs. Macpherson. She arrived within moments of the alarm being raised. Then Sarah Finley, one of the housemaids who was working nearby. Then myself. I was called immediately, and arrived perhaps 10 minutes after the discovery. And Dr. Campbell, who came shortly after me. 5 witnesses, then. All respectable, reliable people? "I'd stake my reputation on it, Mr. Holmes. These are honest Highland folk, not given to flights of fancy." "And yet," Holmes said softly, "a weapon made entirely of glass, which should by all rights be the most fragile of murder weapons, somehow penetrated deep enough to kill a robust man instantly, and then vanished so completely that no trace of it remains. Either your honest Highland folk are mistaken about what they saw, Sergeant, or we are confronting something that challenges the very laws of physics." He turned to face us, his expression grave. "Watson, you're the medical man. What would be required to drive a glass blade through the chest wall to the heart?" I considered the question carefully, drawing upon my years of surgical experience. "It would depend on the thickness of the glass and the angle of entry. But assuming a blade perhaps an inch wide and 1/4 inch thick, robust enough not to shatter immediately, you would need tremendous force. The chest wall is not easily penetrated. The ribs, the muscle, the cartilage. A glass weapon would likely shatter on impact, unless driven with enormous strength and precision. Or, Holmes saw thoughtfully, unless it possessed properties we have not yet considered. Tell me, Watson, in your medical training, did you ever encounter ice used in surgical procedures? I felt a sudden quickening of interest. Ice? For surgical purposes? Of course. We use it for reducing swelling, for preserving tissue samples, for... I stopped suddenly as the implication struck me. Holmes, you're not suggesting... I am suggesting nothing yet, he interrupted. I am merely gathering data and exploring possibilities. But consider, ice is transparent like glass. Ice can be shaped and carved. Ice, if frozen to sufficient hardness in highland temperatures, might be driven through flesh. And ice, most crucially, would melt away completely, leaving no trace save water that might easily be attributed to condensation or cleaning. Sergeant McBride looked stunned. But the servants all said it was glass, Mr. Holmes. Crystal clear glass. And how, Holmes asked gently, does one distinguish between glass and ice in pure light, in conditions of extreme emotional distress, when one is not expecting to make such a distinction? The human mind sees what it expects to see, Sergeant. If you saw something transparent and solid protruding from a body, would your first thought be, that must be ice? Or would you, like any reasonable person, assume it was glass? I found myself both impressed and troubled by this theory. But Holmes, the morning light. McBride said the weapon seemed to glow. Surely ice would have been melting in sunlight. September in the Scottish Highlands, Watson. Cool temperatures, particularly at dawn. And if the ice had been frozen to extreme hardness, say, in the depths of a Highland winter and preserved in an ice house, it might take considerable time to melt, even in morning sunlight, long enough for multiple witnesses to observe it, but not so long that it would remain when the authorities arrived 30 minutes later. The theory was brilliant, yet something about it troubled me. Where would one obtain such ice? And how would one fashion it into a weapon without arousing suspicion? Excellent questions, both of which we shall need to answer. But first, Holmes turned back to Sergeant McBride. This castle, does it have an ice house? Aye, sir. Most of the old estates do. It's cut into the hillside behind the kitchen gardens. They fill it with ice harvested from the loch each winter, covered in sawdust, to preserve it through summer. Keeps the meat fresh, and provides ice for cooling drinks in warm weather. I would like to see this ice house first thing tomorrow morning, Holmes said, along with any tools or implements that might be used for carving ice. And I'll need to speak with whoever is responsible for maintaining it. He moved to the windows again, looking out into the darkness. The more I examine this room, the more convinced I become that the answer to our mystery lies not in spectral visitants or supernatural curses, but in a very clever manipulation of natural materials and human psychology. Someone wanted us, wanted everyone, to believe in an impossible weapon. The question is, why? I joined him at the window, and together we stared out at the black Highland night. Somewhere out there in the darkness lay the truth of what had happened in this room, and I felt certain that Holmes would uncover it. Yet, I also felt, with a certainty I could not explain, that this case would prove more complex and more dangerous than either of us yet realized. The glass dagger, if glass it truly was, had vanished, but the questions it left behind were only beginning to take shape, and I suspected that before we found our answers, we would need to venture into territories far stranger than a mere locked-room mystery. Behind us, Sergeant McBride cleared his throat. "Will there be anything else tonight, Mr. Holmes? I've arranged for you and Dr. Watson to have rooms in the guest wing. Mrs. Macpherson will show you the way." "That will be all for tonight, Sergeant. Thank you for your thoroughness in preserving the scene. Tomorrow we begin our investigation in earnest." As we followed the housekeeper through the castle's dim corridors toward our accommodations, I found myself listening to the sounds of the old building, the creak of ancient timbers, the whisper of wind through narrow windows, the distant murmur of voices from the servants' quarters. It was a place weighted with history and shadowed by recent tragedy, and I wondered what secrets these old walls might reveal before our investigation concluded. Sleep, I suspected, wouldn't come easily tonight. Sleep didn't come easily, as I had predicted. The room Mrs. Macpherson had assigned to me was comfortable enough, a spacious chamber in the Victorian wing of the castle, with modern amenities that contrasted sharply with the medieval severity of the older sections. Yet, comfort of accommodation does little to quiet a mind troubled by impossible mysteries and unanswered questions. I lay in the darkness, listening to the wind howl around the castle's towers, and found myself turning over the events of the evening in my mind. The locked room, the vanishing weapon, the 5 witnesses who all described the same impossible object, and Holmes's theory about ice, brilliant in its simplicity, yet raising almost as many questions as it answered. If the weapon had indeed been ice, who had fashioned it? Who had the skill and the opportunity to carve such a thing? And most troubling of all, who had the presence of mind to conceive of such an elaborate deception? For that is what it would be, I realized. Not merely a murder, but a performance, a carefully staged impossibility designed to baffle investigators and obscure the truth. I must have eventually drifted into an uneasy sleep, for I was awakened by a knock at my door, and the grey light of Highland dawn filtering through the windows. A young housemaid brought washing water, and informed me that breakfast would be served in the morning room at 8 o'clock. I dressed quickly, noting with some amusement that despite the castle's dramatic medieval appearance, the water was hot, and the appointments civilized. I found Holmes already at breakfast, surrounded by papers and making notes in that rapid, precise hand I knew so well. He looked as though he had slept poorly, if at all, but his eyes were bright, with the focused intensity that characterized the opening stages of his investigations. "Ah, Watson," he greeted me. "I trust you slept better than I did." I spent half the night reading through the household accounts and correspondence that Sergeant McBride provided. Most illuminating. I helped myself to porridge and kippers from the sideboard. The breakfast was hearty in the Highland fashion, and settled across from him. "And what did you learn?" Several interesting particulars. First, that Laird Macleish was indeed in financial difficulty, though not so severe as rumour suggested. His estates remain profitable, but there have been significant expenses in recent years. Renovations to the castle, investments in modern agricultural equipment, and a rather substantial sum paid out in what the accounts cryptically refer to as settlement of historical obligations. What manner of obligations? That, Watson, is precisely what I intend to discover. The payments, quite large ones, have been made quarterly for the past 3 years, always to a London bank acting as intermediary. The actual recipient is not named in these records. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning temperature. Blackmail? Possibly. Or debt repayment, or compensation for some past wrong. The terminology is deliberately vague, which suggests someone wished to keep the true nature of these payments obscure. He consulted his notes. Second point of interest. Lady Catherine MacLeish brought no dowry to the marriage, despite being, as Lestrade mentioned, from a respectable Surrey family. Indeed, the marriage settlement was entirely one-sided. MacLeish provided her with a generous allowance and settled property upon her, but received nothing in return save the lady herself. A love match, then? So it would seem, or something that needed to appear as such. I have learned to be cautious about accepting romantic explanations at face value, Watson. They are often convenient masks for more prosaic motivations. Before I could respond, Mrs. Macpherson entered the morning room, her expression even more stern than it had been the previous evening. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I trust you found your accommodations satisfactory?" "Most comfortable, thank you, Mrs. Macpherson," I replied. "Please convey our compliments to your staff." "I shall do so, Doctor." She hesitated, and I sensed she had something more to say, but was uncertain how to proceed. Holmes, ever perceptive, prompted gently, "You've been a housekeeper here for many years. I understand." 23 years, Mr. Holmes. I came to Dunvegan when I was barely 20, and I've served 3 lairds, the old MacLeish, his son Angus, and now—" She paused, seeming to catch herself. "Well, the estate passes to Mr. Robert MacLeish now, the late laird's cousin. He's expected to arrive from Edinburgh this afternoon." "You must have known Angus MacLeish very well, then. What manner of man was he?" The housekeeper's face softened slightly. "He was a good man, Mr. Holmes, for all that some might say otherwise. He had the weight of these estates on his shoulders from a young age, too young, perhaps. His father died suddenly, you see, and Angus was barely 30 when he became the MacLeish. He took his responsibilities seriously, perhaps too seriously. He could be stern, demanding even, but he was fair, and he loved these lands and these people." "And his marriage to Lady Catherine?" At this, Mrs. Macpherson's expression tightened again. "That's not for me to comment upon, sir." "But you will comment, I think, if it helps us find the person who murdered your employer," Holmes said, his tone kind but firm. "We are not here to gossip, Mrs. Macpherson, but to discover the truth. Whatever you tell us will be used only in service of justice." The housekeeper glanced toward the door, as though ensuring we were alone, then lowered her voice. "The marriage was unexpected, Mr. Holmes. The laird went to London on an estate business 3 years ago, and when he returned 6 weeks later, he brought a wife, an English lady, refined and beautiful, but—" She struggled for words. "But not suited to Highland life, if you take my meaning. She found the isolation difficult, the long winters, the lack of society. She was used to London entertainments, to galleries and concerts and fashionable companies." "Was the marriage unhappy, then?" "I wouldn't say unhappy exactly. The laird was devoted to her. That much was clear. But Lady Catherine—" Mrs. Macpherson chose her words carefully. "She was not content. And a discontented woman in a remote castle can cause difficulties, Mr. Holmes." There were small conflicts with the staff, complaints about the accommodations, requests for changes that the laird couldn't always afford to implement. Nothing terrible, you understand, but a constant source of friction. Did they quarrel? Not that I ever heard, sir. The laird was too controlled for public displays of temper, but there was a distance between them these past months. They took meals together, but spent their evenings separately. He in his study, attending to estate matters, she in the drawing-room or her chambers. It was not the marriage one might have hoped for. This was valuable information, painting a picture of domestic tensions that might prove relevant to our investigation. I could see Holmes filing away each detail, building his mental model of the household dynamics. One final question, Mrs. Macpherson. This cousin who inherits, Robert McLeish. What is his relationship with the castle? He's visited perhaps twice a year, Mr. Holmes. He's a solicitor in Edinburgh, prosperous in his own right. He and the laird were cordial, but not close. There's some history there. Robert's father was the younger brother, and there was some dispute over the inheritance when the old laird died. Nothing that came to legal action, but feelings were hurt and never quite mended. So Robert McLeish might harbour resentment about the estate. I could not say, sir. But he inherits it all now, the castle, the lands, the title. He becomes the McLeish. She paused, then added quietly, "Whether he wanted it enough to kill for it, that's for you to determine." After Mrs. Macpherson departed, Holmes and I sat in contemplative silence for a moment. The case was growing more complex by the hour, with multiple threads of potential motivation emerging. Financial troubles, marital discord, inheritance disputes, and those mysterious quarterly payments that suggested blackmail or hidden obligations. "What do you make of it, Watson?" Holmes asked, watching me over his steepled fingers. "It seems we have no shortage of potential motives," I replied, "but I confess I'm troubled by the method. If someone wished to murder McLeish for his estate, or out of marital discontent, or to stop blackmail payments, why employ such an elaborate and risky method? Why not simply shoot him and claim an accident, or poison him and attribute it to natural causes? Why create this impossible mystery with a vanishing weapon? An excellent question, and one that goes to the heart of our investigation. The method suggests someone who wanted not merely to kill, but to baffle, to create a mystery so impossible that no rational explanation could be found. That speaks to a particular type of criminal mind, clever, theatrical, and confident, perhaps overconfident. At that moment, Sergeant McBride entered the morning room, his expression troubled. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I've just received a telegram. It's addressed to you, Mr. Holmes, and it came through official channels from London." Holmes took the telegram and read it silently, his face giving nothing away. But I saw his jaw tighten slightly, a subtle tell that indicated displeasure or concern. "Is it from Mycroft?" I asked, when McBride had departed. "Not directly, but his hand is unmistakable in its composition." Holmes passed me the telegram. "Read for yourself." The message was brief and cryptic. "Urgent you maintain utmost discretion. Stop case has implications beyond immediate circumstances. Stop Highland treaties and historical agreements may be relevant. Stop report findings directly before any public actions. Stop delicate political considerations at play. Stop." I looked up at Holmes, troubled. What on earth does he mean by Highland treaties and historical agreements? Holmes rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the moorland landscape. My brother operates at the intersection of criminal investigation and affairs of state, Watson. If he has taken an interest in this case, it suggests that the death of Angus MacLeish has ramifications beyond a simple murder inquiry. There are ancient agreements between Highland families and the Crown, historical arrangements that govern land rights, clan affiliations, and political alignments. Many of these agreements date back centuries and are still, in some peculiar way, legally binding. But what could that possibly have to do with a murder in 1890? I cannot say with certainty, but consider. MacLeish's death leaves the estate to a cousin who is primarily an Edinburgh lawyer with modern sensibilities. What happens to those ancient agreements if the traditional laird, the one raised to understand and honour such obligations, is replaced by someone who might view them as antiquated nonsense? What political alignments shift? What historical arrangements might be challenged or overturned? I felt the case growing more complex and more dangerous with each revelation. So we're not merely investigating a murder. We're navigating a political minefield. Precisely. And Mycroft's warning is clear. We must tread carefully and report our findings to him before making any public accusations. Which means, Watson, that even when we discover our murderer, we may not be free to simply arrest them and present the evidence to a magistrate. There may be larger considerations at play. This troubled me deeply. Holmes and I had always operated in service of justice, not political expediency. The thought that we might be constrained by affairs of state from exposing a murderer was deeply unsettling. Holmes must have read my expression, for he turned from the window with a slight smile. "Do not look so troubled, my friend. We shall pursue the truth regardless of where it leads. Once we know the facts, we can determine how best to proceed. But, for now, Mycroft's warning at least alerts us that this case is more significant than it might appear. We must be thorough in our investigation and cautious in our accusations. Where do we begin? With the ice house, as I indicated last night. If my theory about the weapon is correct, then someone had access to that ice, the skill to carve it, and the opportunity to use it without detection. Let us see what we can learn. We made our way through the castle grounds to the kitchen gardens, where a stone structure was set into the hillside, the ice house Mrs. Macpherson had described. The heavy door stood ajar, and as we approached, a figure emerged, a grizzled old man with the weathered face of someone who had spent his life outdoors. "Mr. Holmes, I'm Donald Fraser, the head gardener. Sergeant McBride said you'd want to see the ice house?" "Indeed, Mr. Fraser." "How long have you maintained the structure?" 30 years and more, sir. My father before me kept it, and his father before him. It's old work, but it serves well enough." Holmes examined the door and its lock carefully. "Is it kept secure?" "Locked at night, sir, but open during the day when we're working the gardens. Anyone from the household might come for ice. It's used in the kitchens, and sometimes her ladyship requests it for cooling drinks." "Show us inside, if you would." Fraser produced a lantern and led us into the ice house. The temperature dropped immediately as we descended stone steps into the underground chamber. The air was frigid and sharp, with a smell of sawdust and damp stone. Large blocks of ice, wrapped in layers of sawdust and straw for insulation, filled the space. Some blocks were pristine and whole, while others showed signs of having been carved or broken apart for use. Holmes examined everything with minute attention: the ice blocks, the tools hanging on the walls, various saws and picks used for harvesting and shaping ice, the floor, where sawdust and ice fragments had accumulated. He spent particular attention on one corner where the sawdust seemed more disturbed than elsewhere. "This area," he said, pointing. "Has anyone been working here recently?" Fraser scratched his head. "Not that I know of, sir. Though, as I said, various folk come for ice. I don't supervise every visit." Holmes knelt and sifted through the sawdust with his bare hands, apparently oblivious to the cold. After a moment, he held up something small and clear, a fragment of ice, but carved with unusual precision. The edge was smooth and deliberate, not the rough break one would expect from casual ice harvesting. "Look at this, Watson. This is not the result of breaking ice for kitchen use. This is the mark of careful carving, of someone shaping ice with precision and purpose." I examined the fragment. Holmes was correct. The edge was too smooth, too deliberately formed. Someone had indeed been carving ice in this house, and recently enough that small fragments remained despite the constant melting and freezing cycles. "Mr. Fraser," Holmes said, "I need you to think carefully. In the past week, say, the 5 days before the laird's death, did you notice anything unusual about the ice house? Anyone visiting who normally wouldn't? Any tools moved or missing?" The old gardener frowned in concentration. "Now that you mention it, sir, I noticed something odd. 3 days before the laird died, I came to lock up in the evening and found one of the ice saws had been moved. It was hanging on the wrong peg, a small thing, but I'm particular about my tools. Someone had used it and put it back in the wrong place." "And you didn't investigate?" "I assumed it was one of the kitchen staff, sir. They sometimes need to cut ice into smaller pieces for specific uses. I didn't think it warranted concern." Holmes rose, brushing sawdust from his hands. "Mr. Fraser, I must ask you to keep this conversation in absolute confidence. Do not speak of it to anyone, not the other servants, not the family, no one. Do you understand?" "Aye, sir, if you say so." As we emerged back into the morning sunlight, I turned to Holmes. "So your theory is confirmed. The weapon was ice." "The evidence certainly supports that hypothesis. Someone with access to this ice house carved a weapon, presumably a dagger, in the days before the murder. They shaped it carefully, perhaps using the traditional Highland dirk as a model to ensure it would be recognized as a weapon. Then, at the appropriate moment, they used it to kill MacLeish, knowing that the ice would melt away and leave no trace." "But Holmes, that requires such elaborate planning. And the killer would need to know that the ice would melt before anyone could properly examine it. How could they be certain? They couldn't be entirely certain, which suggests either tremendous confidence or desperate necessity. But consider the timeline. MacLeish was killed in the early hours of the morning, probably between 5 and 7 o'clock, given the body's condition when discovered. The weapon was observed by witnesses at 7:30. By the time Sergeant McBride arrived 10 minutes later, it had begun to melt significantly. By the time he brought Dr. Campbell, another 20 minutes, it had vanished entirely. In cool morning temperatures, that suggests the ice was already in a partially melted state when the witnesses saw it. probably from the warmth of the body itself and the increasing morning light through those windows. I worked through the implications. So the killer stabbed McLeish, left the ice weapon in place, and departed, knowing it would melt away. Precisely. But there's a crucial element we're missing, Watson. The room was locked from the inside. How did the killer enter, commit the murder, and leave, all while ensuring the door remained locked behind them? This was indeed the central puzzle. We had perhaps solved the mystery of the vanishing weapon, but the locked room remained as baffling as ever. There must be another entrance to the study, I suggested. A secret passage, perhaps. These old castles are famous for such things. A possibility we shall certainly investigate. But secret passages are rather more common in Gothic fiction than in actual Scottish castles, Watson. We must not let our romanticism overcome our reason. We returned to the castle to find a commotion in the entrance hall. A tall, well-dressed man in his 40s had arrived, surrounded by luggage and servants. He had the McLeish features, the same strong jaw and piercing eyes I had observed in the family portraits. But his bearing was entirely different from what I imagined the traditional Highland laird would possess. This was a man of the city, of legal offices and civilized society, transplanted somewhat uncomfortably into this ancient seat of clan power. "Mr. Robert McLeish, I presume," Holmes said, approaching with an extended hand. "I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Please accept our condolences on your cousin's death." Robert McLeish shook our hands with a firm, professional grip. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm grateful you've come. This whole business is—" He shook his head. "I can scarcely credit it. Angus murdered with some kind of glass weapon that vanishes? It sounds like something from a penny dreadful. I assure you, the crime is quite real, even if its circumstances strain credulity. Might we have a few moments of your time? I have some questions about your cousin and the estate." "Of course. Though I confess I may not be of much help. Angus and I were not particularly close these past years. Shall we speak in the library?" As we followed the new laird through the castle corridors, I found myself wondering what role, if any, this man might have played in his cousin's death. He certainly stood to gain substantially from McLeish's murder, yet his manner seemed genuinely shocked and troubled, without any hint of guilty knowledge or suppressed satisfaction. But then, as Holmes had taught me over the years, the most dangerous criminals were often those who could maintain perfect composure while concealing monstrous deeds. The question wasn't whether Robert McLeish could have committed murder, but whether he had done so, and if so, how he had managed the impossible feat of a locked room killing with a weapon that vanished into the air. The morning had brought answers, but also deeper mysteries. And somewhere in this ancient castle, I felt certain, lurked secrets that went beyond mere murder into territories more dangerous and more complex than either Holmes or I had yet imagined. The game was indeed afoot, but the rules of this particular game remained frustratingly unclear. The library at Dunvegan Castle was a magnificent chamber that seemed to encapsulate centuries of the McLeish family's intellectual pursuits. Floor-to-ceiling shelves lined 3 walls, filled with volumes that ranged from ancient illuminated manuscripts to modern first editions. A massive fireplace dominated the 4th wall, above which hung a portrait of some fierce-looking ancestor in full Highland regalia, his hand resting on a claymore that looked as though it had seen considerable use in clan warfare. Robert McLeish gestured for us to sit in leather chairs arranged near the fire, which a servant had already stoked to drive away the morning chill. He poured whiskey from a crystal decanter without asking if we wanted any. A Highland custom, I supposed, where refusing such hospitality might be considered an insult. I accepted the glass gratefully, finding its warmth welcome after our expedition to the ice house. "Now then, Mr. Holmes," McLeish said, settling into his chair with the weary air of a man who has travelled far and arrived to find only more troubles awaiting him. "What can I tell you that might aid your investigation?" Holmes studied the man carefully before responding. I had seen this particular quality of attention before. Holmes was not merely listening to what would be said, but observing every detail of posture, expression, and manner that might reveal character or conceal guilt. "Let us begin with your relationship to your cousin. You said you were not particularly close. Was there animosity between you?" McLeish considered this, swirling the whiskey in his glass. "Animosity is too strong a word, Mr. Holmes. There was distance. When my uncle, Angus's father, died 15 years ago, there was some dispute about the inheritance. My father felt that certain properties should have been divided between the brothers' families, rather than all going to the elder son. It was an old-fashioned arrangement, you see, very feudal, very Highland. Everything went to Angus, the title, the castle, the lands, the lot. And your father contested this. He consulted solicitors, but ultimately decided not to pursue legal action. The entail was ironclad, and besides, there's a certain understanding in these families about primogeniture. One doesn't challenge the succession lightly, but feelings were hurt, and the relationship between our branches of the family never quite recovered. Yet you continued to visit Dunvegan. Twice a year, as was expected, Christmas and in summer. Duty visits, Mr. Holmes, nothing more. Angus and I were cordial, but we moved in different worlds. He was the Highland laird, concerned with tenant farmers and grousemoors and preserving traditions. I'm an Edinburgh lawyer, concerned with contracts and property law and the modern world. He paused, then added, with what seemed like genuine regret, "I wish we had been closer. He was my cousin, after all, my own blood. But some distances, once established, are difficult to bridge. And now you inherit everything that was once disputed." McLeish met Holmes's gaze directly. "Yes, Mr. Holmes, I do. And I'm perfectly aware that gives me what the authorities would call motive. But I would point out that I have a thriving law practice in Edinburgh, that I'm quite comfortable financially, and that the last thing I wanted was to become responsible for a vast Highland estate with all its attendant obligations and complications. This inheritance is more of a burden than blessing, I assure you." There was a ring of truth to this that I found compelling. Holmes, however, remained impassive. "Tell me about Lady Catherine. What was your impression of your cousin's wife?" At this, McLeish's expression became more guarded. "I met her only twice, at their wedding 3 years ago, and during my visit last summer. She seemed pleasant enough, beautiful, certainly, well-bred. But, I confess, I wondered about the match." "In what way?" "Angus was 49 when he married Mr. Holmes. He'd been a bachelor his entire adult life, seemingly content with his estates and his responsibilities. Then suddenly, after one trip to London, he returns with an English bride half his age, It seemed precipitous, out of character. You suspected some ulterior motive on her part? I suspected nothing specifically, but it was unusual, you must admit. And last summer, when I visited, I could see that Lady Catherine was not happy. She tried to conceal it, but the strain showed. This isolation, this ancient castle in the middle of nowhere, it wasn't the life she had imagined, I think. Before Holmes could ask his next question, there came a knock at the library door. Sergeant McBride entered, looking somewhat flustered, followed by a figure I recognized instantly. The ferret-like features and sharp eyes of Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lestrade exclaimed, advancing with his hand extended. "Sergeant McBride told me you'd arrived." "I came up on the overnight train. Wanted to be here for the investigation." Holmes rose to shake his hand, though I detected a slight tension in his manner. Holmes and Lestrade had worked together on many cases over the years, their relationship characterized by a mixture of mutual respect and professional rivalry. Lestrade was a capable detective within the limits of conventional thinking, but he often struggled with the more unusual or complex aspects of criminal investigation, precisely the territory where Holmes excelled. "Lestrade, your presence is unexpected, but not unwelcome. Have you met Mr. Robert McLeish, the new laird?" Introductions were made, and McLeish excused himself, citing estate business that required his immediate attention. Once he had departed, Lestrade settled into the vacated chair and accepted the whiskey Holmes poured for him. "So, what have you discovered, Mr. Holmes?" "Any progress on this vanishing Dagger business?" Holmes provided a succinct summary of our findings. The ice house, the carved fragments, the theory that the weapon had been fashioned from ice rather than glass. I watched Lestrade's expression shift from skepticism to gradual acceptance, as Holmes laid out the evidence. "Ice," Lestrade said finally, shaking his head. "I'll be damned. Pardon my language, Dr. Watson, but that's remarkably clever, isn't it? Kill a man with a weapon that melts away, leaving no trace. The question is, who had the knowledge and opportunity to do such a thing?" "Precisely the question we're now pursuing," Holmes replied. "But there's another element that complicates matters, Lestrade. I must be frank with you. This case has attracted attention from higher quarters. My brother has taken an interest." Lestrade's eyes widened slightly. Anyone at Scotland Yard who had worked with Holmes knew about Mycroft and his peculiar position within the government. Political complications. Potentially. Which means we must be exceedingly careful about how we proceed. Any accusations must be supported by unassailable evidence, and any arrests must be coordinated with appropriate authorities. Lestrade nodded slowly, understanding the implications. "Well then, we'd best make sure we get this right. What's our next step?" "We need to interview the servants who discovered the body. I want their accounts first-hand, not filtered through written statements. And we need to speak with Lady Catherine McLeish, though I understand she's been prostrated by grief." "Dr. Campbell mentioned she was in a highly agitated state," I interjected. "He's been administering sedatives." "In my medical opinion, we should approach her gently, and perhaps wait until she's had more time to recover from the initial shock." "Your compassion does you credit, Watson, but time is not our ally in this investigation. The longer we wait, the more opportunity for evidence to be obscured, for witnesses to coordinate their stories, for the truth to be buried beneath layers of convenience and self-preservation. Holmes rose and began pacing, as was his habit when working through complex problems. No, we must speak with her today, but we shall do so with appropriate delicacy. Over the next several hours, Holmes, Lestrade, and I conducted a series of interviews with the household staff who had been present when MacLeish's body was discovered. Each interview took place in the castle's small morning room, with Mrs. Macpherson hovering protectively nearby, clearly uncomfortable with her staff being questioned, but understanding the necessity. First came Andrew Mackenzie, the valet who had found his master's body. He was a man in his 50s, with the dignified bearing of one who had spent his life in personal service to the aristocracy. His distress was evident, and, to my eye, entirely genuine. I brought his lordship's morning tea at precisely 7:30, as was my custom, Mackenzie explained, in a thick Highland accent, his hands twisting the cap he held in his lap. I knocked on the study door. He often worked late into the night, and sometimes fell asleep at his desk. When there was no answer, I tried the handle and found it locked. That was unusual, sirs. The laird rarely locked his study door. "What did you do then?" Holmes asked gently. I called through the door, asking if his lordship required anything. Still no answer. I became concerned, so I bent to look through the keyhole, and I could see the key in the lock on the inside and beyond it. He paused, visibly struggling with the memory. Beyond it, I could see his lordship on the floor beside his desk, and there was something protruding from his chest, something that caught the light. I knew immediately that something terrible had happened. Describe what you saw protrude from his chest. Take your time, be as specific as possible. Mackenzie closed his eyes, as though visualizing the scene. It was like glass, sirs, or crystal, clear as water but solid. A handle and a blade, all in one piece it seemed. The morning sun was coming through the windows, and it made the whole thing glow, almost like it was lit from within. I've never seen anything like it, beautiful and terrible at the same time. How long did you observe this weapon before raising the alarm? Only a moment, sir. Just long enough to understand what I was seeing. Then I ran to fetch Mrs. Macpherson and to send for the doctor and the constabulary. Holmes leaned forward. In that moment when you looked through the keyhole, did you see anything else unusual? Anyone else in the room? Any movement? No, sir. Just his lordship on the floor, and that terrible weapon in his chest. We interviewed Mrs. Macpherson next, then Sarah Finlay, the housemaid who had arrived shortly after the alarm was raised. Their accounts were consistent with Mackenzie's. All described the same crystal-clear weapon. All agreed on the approximate timeline. All insisted the room had been locked from the inside, with no apparent means of entry or exit save the door and the latched windows. Dr. Campbell, the local physician, provided additional medical details when we spoke with him in his capacity as the examining doctor. He was an elderly man with the careful, methodical manner of one who had practiced medicine in a rural setting for many years. The wound was remarkable, Mr. Holmes, he explained. A single penetrating injury, approximately 1 inch in width, driven directly into the left ventricle of the heart. Death would have been nearly instantaneous. The victim would have had perhaps 30 seconds of consciousness, probably less. There was surprisingly little external bleeding, which suggests the weapon remained in place, effectively plugging the wound. And the weapon itself, you saw it before it vanished. I did, sir, though only briefly. By the time I arrived, it had begun to lose definition. I remember thinking it looked somehow less solid than when the others described it, more translucent, perhaps. I attributed this to shock affecting my perception at the time, but now, hearing your theory about ice, he shook his head in wonder, it would explain what I observed. The weapon was melting even as I looked at it. Did you touch it? I didn't have the opportunity, sir. Sergeant McBride had instructed everyone not to disturb the scene until he could make a proper examination. By the time he arrived and gave permission for me to approach the body, the weapon had completely vanished. There was only moisture on the clothing and floor around the wound. I assumed it was blood diluted with water from the servants' cleaning, but it could well have been meltwater from an ice weapon. This was crucial corroboration of Holmes's theory. Each piece of testimony, each small observation, was building toward a coherent picture of what had actually occurred in that locked study. After the interviews concluded, we had luncheon in the morning room, a simple meal of soup and bread that none of us had much appetite for. The investigation was beginning to coalesce around certain theories, but significant questions remained unanswered. "So we know the weapon was ice," Lestrade said, keeping his voice low despite our being alone. "And we know someone carved it in the ice house in the days before the murder. But we still don't know who, and we certainly don't know how they got in and out of a locked room." "The locked room is indeed our most pressing puzzle," Holmes agreed. "Watson, you suggested a secret passage. I confess I'm beginning to think that possibility deserves investigation, however implausible it might seem." "I could speak with Fraser, the gardener," I offered. "In my experience, old family retainers often know more about the hidden architecture of a house than the owners themselves. If there are secret passages or concealed doors, he might know of them." "An excellent suggestion. Lestrade, I'd like you to make inquiries in the village about Lady Catherine. Discreetly, mind you. Learn what you can about her background, her marriage to MacLeish, and particularly about the past 3 years. Any gossip, any rumours, any unusual observations." "You suspect Lady Catherine?" Lestrade asked, his eyebrows rising. "I suspect everyone, and no one at this stage," Holmes replied. "But a young English wife in an isolated Highland castle, married to a man 30 years her senior who she may not have loved. Yes, Lestrade, such a person must be considered carefully. And there's the matter of the locked door. Who else would MacLeish admit to his study late at night? Who else could approach him without raising an alarm? I found myself troubled by this line of reasoning, though I could not deny its logic. But Holmes, even if Lady Catherine had motive, how could she have accomplished such a murder? Fashioning a weapon of ice requires knowledge and skill. Driving it through a man's chest requires considerable strength. And orchestrating the entire affair to appear impossible requires a criminal mind of remarkable sophistication. All excellent points, Watson, which is why we must speak with her directly. Mrs. Macpherson tells me that Lady Catherine has emerged from her sedated state and is willing to receive visitors. Shall we see what the widow can tell us about her husband's death? We found Lady Catherine MacLeish in the castle's drawing-room, a more modern and comfortable space than much of the fortress-like structure. She was seated by a window overlooking the moorlands, dressed in black morning clothes that emphasized her pallor. She was indeed beautiful, as all reports had indicated. Delicate features, golden hair, and large blue eyes that held a haunted quality that might have been grief or might have been something else entirely. She rose as we entered, and I noticed the slight tremor in her hands. Whether from emotion or from the after-effects of Dr. Campbell's sedatives, I could not immediately determine. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Inspector Lestrade," she said, her voice soft but composed. "Mrs. Macpherson said you wished to speak with me. I shall help in any way I can, though I confess I know little of what happened to my husband. The whole affair is like some nightmare from which I cannot wake." "Please, Lady Macleish, do sit," Holmes said gently. "We shall try not to tire you. I understand this must be an extraordinarily difficult time." We arranged ourselves in chairs near hers, and I took the opportunity to observe her more carefully. Her grief appeared genuine. There were shadows beneath her eyes, suggesting sleepless nights, and a tightness around her mouth that spoke of suppressed emotion. Yet there was also something else, some quality I could not quite identify. Wariness, perhaps? Or relief? "Lady Macleish," Holmes began, "I must ask you some questions about your husband, about your marriage, and about the days leading up to his death. Some of these questions may seem intrusive or indelicate, but I assure you they are necessary to our investigation." "I understand, Mr. Holmes. Please, ask whatever you must. Let us begin with the evening before your husband's death. Did you see him that night? Did you speak with him?" "Yes, we had dinner together, as we always did." It was a quiet meal. Angus had been preoccupied with estate business. Afterwards, he retired to his study to work on his accounts, and I came here to the drawing-room to read. "What time did you retire for the evening?" "Around 10 o'clock, I believe." I bade Angus good night as I passed his study door. He was deeply engrossed in his work, and barely acknowledged me. A flicker of pain crossed her face. That was not unusual. He often worked late into the night. "And you heard nothing unusual during the night? No sounds of disturbance or struggle?" "Nothing, Mr. Holmes. I took a sleeping draught. I often did, as I found the silence of the castle oppressive at night. I slept soundly, and knew nothing of the tragedy until Mrs. Macpherson came to my chambers in the morning with the terrible news." Holmes studied her intently. "Lady Macleish, forgive the directness of this question, but I must ask it. Were you happy in your marriage?" She was silent for a long moment, her gaze turning towards the window and the bleak landscape beyond. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "I married Angus 3 years ago, Mr. Holmes. I was 23. He was 49. It was not, perhaps, the romantic match I had dreamed of as a girl, but it seemed sensible. My father's affairs were in disorder, and I had few prospects. Angus was kind, respectable, and he seemed to genuinely care for me. I thought I could be content. But you were not content." "I tried to be. Truly I did. But this place," she gestured vaguely at the castle around us, "it's so isolated, so far from everything I knew. The winters are interminable, the society almost non-existent. Angus was devoted to his estates and his traditions, but I felt like I was slowly disappearing, becoming a ghost in this ancient pile of stones." "Did you and your husband quarrel?" "We had disagreements, but nothing severe. Angus was not a volatile man. He simply became more distant over time, more absorbed in his responsibilities. We drifted apart, living parallel lives under the same roof, but rarely truly connecting. Lady McLeish, Holmes said, his tone gentle but firm. Did you kill your husband? She looked at him directly, her eyes wide, with what appeared to be genuine shock. No, Mr. Holmes. Whatever our difficulties, I did not wish him dead. I may not have loved him as a wife should love her husband, but I respected him, and I had no reason to wish him harm. His death leaves me in a precarious position, dependent on the charity of his cousin, uncertain of my future. I have gained nothing from his murder. Unless, Lestrade interjected, there was someone else. Someone who might have acted on your behalf, perhaps without your direct knowledge or consent. Lady Catherine's face flushed slightly. I assure you, Inspector, there is no one else. I have been entirely faithful to my marriage vows, however difficult I may have found my circumstances. I'm not a murderer, nor have I conspired with anyone to commit murder. I found myself believing her through. I knew Holmes would caution me against accepting emotional protests as evidence of innocence. Yet, something in her manner, in the resigned sadness of her demeanour, suggested a woman trapped by circumstances, rather than a cunning murderer. Holmes rose, signalling that the interview was concluded. Thank you for your candour, Lady McLeish. If you think of anything, any detail, however small, that might be relevant to our investigation, please inform us immediately. After we departed the drawing room, the three of us convened in a quiet corner of the entrance hall. Lestrade spoke first. What do you make of her, Mr. Holmes? I make nothing definitive at this stage. She has a motive, an unhappy marriage, an uncertain future that might be improved by becoming a widow with a settlement. She had an opportunity. Had she was in the castle, she would have been admitted to her husband's study without question. But the method. Holmes shook his head. That remains the stumbling block. Could she have fashioned a weapon of ice? Could she have driven it through her husband's chest with sufficient force? And most importantly, could she have conceived of and executed such an elaborate scheme? Perhaps she had help, I suggested. An accomplice who understood the properties of ice, who had the physical strength to commit the murder. A possibility we cannot discount. Watson, did you observe her hands? I thought back. They were trembling slightly. From grief or sedatives, I assumed. Or from guilt, Lestrade added. Perhaps, Holmes said. But I observed something else. Her hands were soft, uncalloused, clearly unused to physical labour. These are not hands that have carved ice or wielded weapons. If Lady Catherine is involved in her husband's death, she did not strike the blow herself. We were interrupted by Mrs. Macpherson, who appeared at the end of the corridor looking troubled. Mr. Holmes, there's someone at the gate asking to see you. A gentleman from London, he says. He arrived on horseback and claims the matter is urgent. Holmes and I exchanged glances. Did this gentleman give his name? No, sir. He said only that you would know who sent him. Mycroft, Holmes murmured. It seems my brother's interest in this case has prompted a more direct intervention. Gentlemen, I believe we are about to discover just how deep the political waters surrounding this investigation truly run. As we made our way toward the castle's entrance, I felt a growing sense of unease. We were making progress in understanding how McLeish had been murdered, but the question of why, and the larger implications that had drawn Mycroft Holmes's attention, remained shrouded in mystery. The case was growing more complex with each passing hour, and I could not shake the feeling that we had only begun to glimpse the true depths of the conspiracy we were investigating. Somewhere in this tangle of locked rooms and melting weapons, of unhappy marriages and ancient estates, of political considerations and family resentments, lay a truth that would prove more remarkable than even Holmes had anticipated. But that truth would have to wait, for Mycroft's messenger had arrived, and with him, I suspected, would come revelations that would transform our understanding of the entire affair. The afternoon light was fading as we approached the castle entrance, and with it, I felt, was fading our last chance to solve this mystery, before forces beyond our control shaped its resolution. The man who awaited us in the castle's entrance hall was not what I had expected. I had anticipated some government functionary, perhaps a cipher clerk from Whitehall or a junior diplomat. Instead, we found ourselves facing a slight, nondescript gentleman in his 30s, dressed in the practical tweeds of a country traveller, with nothing about his appearance to suggest any particular station or importance. Yet, the moment Holmes laid eyes upon him, I saw my friend's posture change subtly, a stiffening of the spine that indicated recognition, and, unless I was mistaken, a certain wariness. "Mr. Beresford Holmes," said neutrally, "I had not expected my brother to send you, of all people." The man smiled, a thin, mirthless expression that never reached his eyes. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Inspector Lestrade. I trust you'll forgive the unannounced intrusion, but circumstances require directness. Might we speak somewhere private?" Holmes gestured toward a small antechamber off the main hall, and we followed Beresford inside. Once the door was closed, Holmes turned to face the visitor with barely concealed impatience. "Well, Mr. Beresford? What brings one of my brother's most confidential agents to Dunvegan Castle? And please, dispense with the usual circumlocutions. I am in no mood for governmental evasions." Beresford's smile faded. "Very well, Mr. Holmes. I shall be direct. Your investigation here has attracted attention at the highest levels far above even Mr. Mycroft Holmes's usual purview. The death of Angus MacLeish is not merely a criminal matter. It touches upon agreements and arrangements that date back more than a century, involving clan obligations, land rights, and certain understandings between the Highland aristocracy and the Crown. "So my brother's telegram suggested," Holmes replied. "But that hardly explains your presence here. What are you not telling us?" Beresford glanced at Lestrade and myself, clearly uncomfortable discussing such matters in front of witnesses. Holmes caught the look and shook his head firmly. "Dr. Watson and Inspector Lestrade are fully involved in this investigation. Anything you say to me will be shared with them. If that is unacceptable, you may return to London and inform my brother that I will conduct this investigation as I see fit. Political considerations be damned." There was steel in Holmes's voice, a quality I had heard before when he felt his investigative independence was being compromised. Beresford seemed to recognize that he would get nowhere with threats or secrecy. "Very well," he said at last. "The MacLeish estates are not merely hereditary lands, Mr. Holmes. They are held under an ancient charter that obligates the laird to certain responsibilities that involve maintaining order among the Highland clans, preventing insurrection, and ensuring that, let us say, certain historical grievances do not resurface in ways that might destabilize the region. "You're speaking of Jacobite sympathies," Holmes said flatly, "of old loyalties to the Stuart cause that never entirely died in these mountains. Among other things, the MacLeish family has, for generations, served as a bridge between Highland tradition and British governance. They have prevented conflicts that might otherwise have erupted into violence. Angus MacLeish understood these obligations and fulfilled them faithfully, but his heir, Robert MacLeish, the Edinburgh lawyer, has no such understanding, and, frankly, no interest in maintaining these delicate arrangements. And you fear that without proper clan leadership, old tensions might reignite." "We fear," Beresford said carefully, "that there are those who might exploit the transition of power to advance agendas that run counter to His Majesty's government. The death of Angus MacLeish, particularly a death surrounded by mystery and supernatural suggestions, has already begun to generate unrest among the more traditional clansmen. There is talk of curses, of ancient wrongs being avenged, of signs and portents." Lestrade, who had been listening with growing consternation, interrupted. "Are you telling us that we're dealing with some sort of political assassination? That MacLeish was killed to destabilize the region?" "I am telling you," Beresford replied, "that the implications of this death extend far beyond a simple murder investigation. How you resolve this case, what explanation you provide, and whom you ultimately accuse, all of these factors will have consequences that ripple through the entire Highland political structure." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty castle. We had walked into something far more complex than a locked-room mystery. Holmes, however, seemed more intrigued than alarmed. "Tell me, Mr. Beresford, does my brother have a preferred outcome to this investigation? Is there someone he would like us to accuse, regardless of the actual evidence?" Beresford's expression grew pained. "Mr. Holmes, I assure you that no one wishes you to manufacture false evidence or accuse an innocent person. But we do hope that you will be judicious in how you present your findings. If, for example, you were to discover that the murderer was someone whose arrest would create minimal political disruption, that would be vastly preferable to identifying a killer whose prosecution might trigger wider instability." "In other words," Holmes said coldly, "you would prefer that I consider political convenience alongside truth and justice. I would prefer that you consider the welfare of thousands of Highland families who might suffer if this region descends into unrest. Sometimes, Mr. Holmes, there are considerations larger than individual justice." Holmes was silent for a long moment, his face unreadable. Finally, he spoke, his voice quiet, but firm. "Mr. Beresford, you may return to London and inform my brother that I will pursue the truth in this matter wherever it leads. I will identify the murderer based on evidence and logic, not political expedience. Once I have determined who killed Angus MacLeish and how they accomplished it, I will present my findings to the appropriate authorities. What happens thereafter, how the case is handled, what accommodations are made for political considerations, that is for others to decide. But I will not corrupt my investigation to serve governmental purposes, however worthy those purposes might be." Beresford nodded slowly, as though this was the response he had expected. "I understand, Mr. Holmes. I shall convey your position to Mr. Mycroft Holmes, but please, I urge you, be aware of the larger context as you proceed. Not all truths need to be shouted from the rooftops. Discretion can sometimes serve justice better than publicity. After Beresford departed, the three of us stood in silence for a moment. It was Lestrade who finally spoke, his voice troubled. "This is beyond anything I've dealt with before, Mr. Holmes. Political complications, government agents, Highland uprisings. I'm a detective, not a diplomat." "And you shall remain a detective, Lestrade," Holmes assured him. "We shall solve this case using the methods we have always employed: observation, deduction, and an unflinching commitment to truth. What others choose to do with that truth is not our concern." "But Holmes," I interjected, "what if Beresford is right? What if exposing the murderer does trigger unrest? Can we ignore the potential consequences of our actions?" Holmes turned to me, his grey eyes intense. "Watson, the moment we begin tailoring our investigations to suit political purposes, we cease to be investigators and become instruments of state policy. I have spent my career in pursuit of truth, and I will not abandon that principle now, regardless of the complications it might create. We solve the murder. Others may deal with the aftermath as they see fit, but we will not allow political considerations to determine whom we accuse or what evidence we present." I recognized the futility of arguing further. Holmes had made his decision, and I knew from long experience that once his mind was set on a point of principle, nothing would sway him. Moreover, I found that I agreed with his stance, however uncomfortable the potential consequences might be. "Then let us proceed with the investigation," I said. "Where do we stand? What have we established?" Holmes began pacing, always a sign that his formidable mind was organizing facts and constructing theories. "We know that MacLeish was murdered with a weapon fashioned from ice, carved with considerable skill from the estate's ice house. We know that the room was locked from the inside, suggesting either that the murderer had a means of exit we have not yet discovered, or that MacLeish himself locked the door after admitting his killer. We know that multiple people had potential motives: Lady Catherine, with her unhappy marriage, Robert MacLeish, who inherits everything, and possibly others we have not yet identified, connected to those mysterious quarterly payments, or to the political dimensions Beresford mentioned." "What about the servants?" Lestrade asked. "Could one of them have done it?" "It's possible, though the method suggests education and sophistication beyond what we typically find among domestic staff. Fashioning an effective weapon from ice requires understanding of its properties, of human anatomy, of how to disguise one's actions. This was not the work of an impulsive killer or an uneducated assassin." A thought struck me. "Holmes, you mentioned earlier that we should search for secret passages. Have we pursued that line of inquiry?" I was about to suggest that very thing when Beresford arrived. "The locked room remains our most perplexing problem. If we can determine how the killer entered and exited, we may be able to narrow our list of suspects significantly." He turned to Lestrade. "Inspector, might you locate Fraser, the head gardener? I believe Watson intended to speak with him about the castle's hidden architecture." "Right away, Mr. Holmes." After Lestrade departed, Holmes moved to the window, staring out at the gathering dusk. The Highland landscape had taken on a brooding quality in the fading light, all purple shadows and grey stone, with the mountains looming like ancient sentinels over the moorland below. "Watson," Holmes said softly, I find myself troubled by this case in ways that go beyond the usual intellectual challenge. There is something here that eludes me, some crucial element that would make sense of all the disparate pieces. The ice weapon, the locked room, the political implications, the timing of it all. These elements should form a coherent whole, yet I cannot quite see the pattern. This was a rare admission from Holmes. He was not a man given to expressing doubt or uncertainty, particularly in the midst of an investigation. That he did so now suggested that this case had genuinely unsettled him. Perhaps we're overthinking it, I suggested. Perhaps it's simpler than it appears, a domestic murder dressed up with elaborate complications to confuse investigators. Perhaps. And yet, he fell silent, his brow furrowed in concentration. Our contemplation was interrupted by the return of Lestrade, accompanied by Donald Fraser. The old gardener looked uncomfortable in the castle's formal rooms, his weathered face and work-worn hands marking him as a man more at home among his plants than among furnishings and portraits. "Mr. Fraser," Holmes began, "Dr. Watson and I are curious about the castle's architecture. A structure this old, with so many additions and modifications over the centuries, often contains hidden spaces, concealed passages, forgotten rooms. Do you know of any such features in Dunvegan?" Fraser scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Aye, there are a few curiosities, Mr. Holmes. The castle's been added so many times over the years that there are spaces between the walls, rooms that were sealed up when new sections were built, stairs that lead nowhere because they used to connect to buildings that no longer exist. And in the vicinity of the late laird's study, are there any such hidden spaces?" "Now that you mention it, sir, there might be. The study is in the oldest part of the castle, you see, in the original keep. When the Victorian wing was added 50 years ago, they built right up against that section. There's a gap between the old stone wall and the new construction, maybe 2 feet wide in some places. We use it for running pipes and such." Holmes's eyes lit with interest. "And could a person access this gap? Could someone move through this space between the walls?" "I suppose they could, if they were determined, and not too large. It would be tight, and dark, and full of cobwebs and dust. But it's possible." "Show us," Holmes commanded, immediately. We followed Fraser through the castle, eventually arriving at a section of the Victorian wing that adjoined the old keep. Behind a heavy oak wardrobe, in what appeared to be a storage room, Fraser indicated a small door set flush with the wall, so perfectly fitted that one would never notice it, unless specifically looking. "This door hasn't been opened in years, as far as I know," Fraser said, producing a large iron key. "But it should still work." The key turned with difficulty, and the door opened with a groan of protesting hinges. Beyond lay darkness, and a narrow space that smelled of dust and decay. Holmes immediately produced a bullseye lantern from his coat pocket. He had been carrying it since our earlier expedition, ever prepared for contingencies. "Wait here," he instructed us, and before I could protest, he had slipped through the narrow opening and disappeared into the darkness between the walls. For several long minutes we waited in tense silence. I could hear Holmes moving somewhere in that confined space, occasionally muttering to himself as he navigated the tight passageway. Finally, his voice echoed back to us, muffled but excited. "Watson, Lestrade, I've found it. I found out how the killer entered and exited the study." my heart racing, I squeezed through the narrow door and followed the dim glow of Holmes's lantern. The space between the walls was indeed cramped and uncomfortable, barely wide enough for a man to pass through sideways. Pipes ran along one wall, and the air was thick with dust that made me cough. I found Holmes perhaps 20 feet along this passage, his lantern illuminating something remarkable. The old stone wall of the keep, which formed one side of the passageway, had a narrow opening at floor level, perhaps 2 feet high and 18 inches wide. It looked like it had once been a drainage channel or ventilation shaft, but it had been carefully modified. The edges had been scraped clean of mortar and debris, and the opening had been widened slightly. "Look here, Watson," Holmes said, directing his lantern beam through the opening. On the other side, I could just make out wooden panelling, the interior wall of McLeish's study. This opening emerges behind the bookcase in the study. The bookcase is built against the wall, but doesn't quite reach the floor. There's a gap of perhaps 4 inches. Someone small and flexible could squeeze through this opening, emerge behind the bookcase, commit the murder, and retreat the same way. But Holmes, the room was locked from the inside. Exactly. Because McLeish himself locked it after admitting his killer through the conventional door. Consider, late at night, someone comes to his study door. He admits them, they speak. Perhaps they argue. At some point, perhaps when the visitor claims to be leaving, McLeish locks the door behind them, a gesture of privacy, of finality. But the visitor doesn't leave through the door. Instead, they slip behind the bookcase and exit through this hidden passage, which they had previously discovered and prepared. They retrieve the ice weapon they had concealed somewhere in this passage, return through the opening, and strike while McLeish is at his desk, his back turned, believing himself alone in a locked room. The elegance of it was breathtaking. And after the murder, they retreat through the passage, leaving the ice weapon in place to melt away. By the time the body is discovered, the killer is long gone, and the impossible locked room mystery thoroughly obscures the truth. Holmes played his light along the passage. Look here, fresh marks in the dust. Someone has used this passage recently, probably in the days before the murder, to ensure it was passable and to conceal the weapon in advance. But who, I asked, who would know about this passage? Who would be small enough to fit through that opening? Ah, Watson, now we arrive at the crucial questions. This passage requires local knowledge, someone who knows the castle's hidden architecture. It also requires a person of small stature, as you note, and it requires someone whom McLeish would admit to his study late at night without suspicion. We made our way back to where Lestrade and Fraser waited, and Holmes explained his discovery. The inspector's face showed a mixture of admiration and frustration. Brilliant, Mr. Holmes, absolutely brilliant. But, as Dr. Watson says, who? We need to narrow our suspects. Indeed. Let us consider what we now know. The killer is someone who had detailed knowledge of the castle's hidden spaces, was small enough to navigate that narrow passage, had access to the ice house, and the skill to carve an effective weapon, was someone McLeish would admit to his study late at night, had sufficient strength and anatomical knowledge to drive an ice blade precisely into the heart, had the sophistication to conceive and execute this elaborate scheme. Holmes ticked off each point on his fingers, his expression growing increasingly focused. Fraser, one more question. That passage between the walls, how would someone learn about it? Is it common knowledge among the staff? No, sir. Most of the servants wouldn't know about it at all. But the plans and architectural drawings of the castle are kept in the estate office. Anyone with access to those might discover it. And who has such access? The laird, of course, and his secretary, Mr. Drummond, who manages the estate papers. And I suppose Mrs. Macpherson, as housekeeper, has keys to most everything in the castle. Holmes and I exchanged glances. Mrs. Macpherson, the stern, loyal housekeeper, who had served 3 generations of MacLeishes, who knew every corner of the castle, who was certainly small enough to fit through that narrow passage, who would be admitted to MacLeish's study without question, even late at night, on the pretext of household business. But what possible motive could she have? She had seemed genuinely distressed by her employer's death. Yet I remembered now that slight disapproval in her tone when she spoke of Lady Catherine, the way she had emphasized Angus MacLeish's traditional values and responsibilities. What if there was more to her loyalty than simple duty? What if— "We must speak with Mrs. Macpherson," Holmes said quietly. "But carefully, Watson. If I'm right about this, we're dealing with someone who has already committed one perfectly planned murder. We must not alert her to our suspicions before we have all the evidence we need." As we made our way back through the castle corridors, my mind was racing. Could the housekeeper truly be a murderer? And if so, what could possibly have driven her to kill the man she'd served so faithfully for 23 years? There were pieces of this puzzle still missing, crucial elements of motive and opportunity that would explain how we had arrived at this extraordinary moment. The evening shadows were lengthening as we emerged into the main hall, and somewhere in the gathering darkness a killer was going about their daily routine, confident that the impossible locked room murder would never be solved. But Holmes had solved the impossible. Now we needed only to identify the killer and understand why this elaborate crime had been committed. The endgame of our investigation was approaching, and with it, I sensed, would come revelations that would cast everything we had discovered in a new and unexpected light. We found Mrs. Macpherson in the housekeeper's sitting room, a comfortable chamber that served as her private domain within the vast castle. She was seated by the fire, attending to some needlework, the very picture of domestic propriety. When we entered, Holmes, Lestrade, and myself, she looked up with an expression of mild surprise that might have been entirely genuine, or might have been the performance of a woman who had been expecting this moment. "Mr. Holmes, gentlemen, is there something you require? I was about to supervise the preparation of dinner." "Mrs. Macpherson," Holmes said, his tone courteous but firm, "I wonder if you might spare us a few minutes. We have some questions that have arisen during our investigation, and your long service at Dunvegan makes you uniquely qualified to help us understand certain aspects of the castle's history." She set aside her needlework with deliberate care. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. I am always happy to assist. Please, do sit." We arranged ourselves in chairs facing her, and I found myself studying the woman with new eyes. She was perhaps 55 years of age, of slight build, but with the wiry strength that comes from a lifetime of physical work. Her face was lined but handsome, with the sharp intelligence of someone who missed very little. Her hands, I noticed, were capable hands, accustomed to labor, but also to precision. Hands that could wield a knife, or carve ice, or drive a weapon home with deadly accuracy. Holmes began gently, almost conversationally. You mentioned earlier that you came to Dunvegan 23 years ago, when you were barely 20. That suggests you were here during Angus MacLeish's father's time. You must have known the present, the late laird, since his youth. I did, Mr. Holmes. I watched him grow from a young man into the laird he became. He was always devoted to these estates, to his responsibilities. Even as a boy, he understood the weight of his heritage. You were fond of him then? A slight softening of her expression. He was a good master, Mr. Holmes. Fair and honourable. The MacLeishes have always been good to me. This castle has been my home, my family, for more than half my life. And yet, Holmes said quietly, you disapproved of his marriage to Lady Catherine. Mrs. Macpherson's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. It is not my place to approve or disapprove of my employer's choices. That is not what I asked, Mrs. Macpherson. I observed your tone when you spoke of her earlier, the careful neutrality that spoke more eloquently than criticism. You felt that Lady Catherine was not suitable for Angus MacLeish, did you not? She was silent for a moment, and I could see her weighing how to respond. Finally, she said, she did not understand him, Mr. Holmes. She did not understand what it meant to be the MacLeish, to hold these estates, to maintain the old ways and the old obligations. She wanted to change him, to make him into something he was not, a London gentleman concerned with fashionable society, rather than a Highland laird concerned with his people and his lands. That must have troubled you greatly, Holmes observed, to see a man you respected being pulled away from his true nature by an unsuitable wife. I would not presume, she began, but Holmes raised his hand. Mrs. Macpherson, we have discovered the passage between the walls. We know how the killer entered and exited the locked study. We know about the ice weapon, carved with considerable skill from the estate's ice house. We know that the murderer was someone small enough to navigate that narrow space, someone with detailed knowledge of the castle's hidden architecture, someone whom Angus MacLeish would admit to his study late at night without suspicion. The colour had drained from her face, but she remained composed. You are accusing me of murder, Mr. Holmes? I am presenting facts, Mrs. Macpherson. Whether those facts constitute an accusation depends upon your response to certain questions I have yet to ask. Lestrade had risen and moved closer to the door, not blocking it exactly, but positioning himself to prevent any sudden flight. I felt my hand move instinctively toward my coat pocket, where my revolver rested, though I could scarcely imagine needing to draw it against this seemingly harmless housekeeper. Let me tell you what I believe happened, Holmes continued, his voice measured and calm. I believe you discovered that passage years ago, perhaps while reviewing estate documents or during some renovation project. You filed that knowledge away, never imagining you might use it. But then Lady Catherine arrived, and you watched as she made Angus MacLeish increasingly unhappy, as she pulled him away from his duties and his heritage. You saw the strain it placed on him, the way he withdrew into himself, the way the estate began to suffer from his distraction. Mrs. Macpherson said nothing, but her hands gripped the arms of her chair. Perhaps you tried to reason with him, Holmes went on. Perhaps you suggested, as diplomatically as you could, that the marriage was a mistake. But he was a proud man, and he would not admit failure, would not acknowledge that he had made an error in judgment. So the situation continued, month after month, year after year, with Lady Catherine becoming more dissatisfied and Angus MacLeish becoming more withdrawn. "You presume a great deal, Mr. Holmes?" Mrs. Macpherson said, her voice tight. "Do I? Then let me presume further. I believe that you conceived of a plan, an elaborate, carefully orchestrated plan that would remove Lady Catherine's influence while appearing to be an impossible crime. You spent time learning about ice, about how it could be shaped and used. You practiced carving it in secret, probably late at night when no one would observe you. You studied anatomy, perhaps through medical books in the castle library, to understand exactly where to strike to ensure instant death. Holmes leaned forward, his eyes fixed on hers. And then, one night, you went to Angus MacLeish's study. He admitted you without question. You were his trusted housekeeper after all. Perhaps you told him there was some household matter that required his immediate attention. He locked the door after you, not for privacy, but simply out of habit, not wanting to be disturbed while dealing with estate business. And then, as he turned his back to return to his desk, you struck. The silence in the room was absolute. Mrs. Macpherson sat frozen, her face a mask of rigid control. Then, slowly, she began to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are very clever, Mr. Holmes, but you have made one crucial error in your construction." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "Indeed? Pray enlighten me. Your motive is wrong. I did not kill Angus MacLeish because of Lady Catherine. I killed him because he was about to betray everything his family had stood for, everything I had devoted my life to preserving." I felt a shock run through me. This was not the denial I had expected, but rather a confirmation delivered with quiet, terrible conviction. "Explain," Holmes commanded. Mrs. Macpherson's composure cracked slightly, and for the first time I saw genuine emotion in her face, a mixture of grief and righteous anger. "Those quarterly payments you discovered in the estate accounts, Mr. Holmes, they were not blackmail, they were tribute. Angus MacLeish had been paying money to certain Highland families, descendants of clans who had suffered during the clearances, families who had legitimate grievances against the Crown and against collaborators like the MacLeishes who had facilitated those clearances." "Go on," Holmes said quietly. "For 3 years, Angus had been making these payments, trying to atone for historical wrongs, trying to buy peace and prevent the kind of unrest that Mr. Beresford warned you about. But the payments were becoming unsustainable, and more importantly, they were becoming known. Other families were beginning to make demands. It was spiraling out of control." She took a shaky breath. 3 weeks before his death, Angus told me he had made a decision. He was going to meet with representatives of the government and of the Highland families to negotiate a comprehensive settlement. He was going to acknowledge the MacLeish family's role in the clearances, to formally apologize, and to establish a trust that will provide ongoing compensation to the affected clans. "That sounds admirable," I interjected, unable to remain silent. "Why would such a plan warrant murder?" Mrs. Macpherson turned to me, her eyes blazing. "Because it would have destroyed everything, Dr. Watson. The MacLeish name, the family's standing, their position of leadership among the clans. All of it would have been swept away. Angus would have transformed the MacLeishes from respected leaders into penitents, from lairds into supplicants, and once that precedent was set, every Highland family with historical grievances would have made similar demands. The entire social structure that has maintained peace in these hills for a century would have collapsed. Holmes was watching her with an expression I had rarely seen, a mixture of understanding and profound sadness. "So you killed him to prevent this settlement, to preserve the old order." "I killed him to preserve everything he should have valued above his own conscience." Her voice rose, passionate and bitter. "He was the MacLeish. He had obligations, not just to his own sense of guilt, but to generations past and future, to traditions and agreements that transcended his personal feelings. Lady Catherine had made him soft, had made him doubt himself, had convinced him that modern sentiments mattered more than ancient responsibilities. So Lady Catherine was involved in his decision? She encouraged him constantly to be progressive, to embrace modern values, to reject what she called barbaric Highland traditions. She whispered in his ear night after night, undermining everything I had tried to preserve. Mrs. Macpherson's face was flushed now, her control finally breaking. "I tried to reason with him, Mr. Holmes, just as you suggested. I begged him to reconsider, but he had made up his mind. The meeting with the government representatives was scheduled for the week after his death. I had only days to act." "So you executed your plan," Holmes said. "You carved the ice weapon, prepared the passage, and on that night you went to his study, under some pretext. You had him lock the door to ensure privacy for your discussion. And then you killed him, making it appear as an impossible mystery to confuse investigators and delay any immediate conclusions that might prompt the scheduled meeting to proceed anyway." "I made it appear supernatural," Mrs. Macpherson corrected, "to play upon the Highland superstitions you so dismiss, Mr. Holmes. I wanted people to believe it was a curse, a judgment from the old gods against someone who would betray his clan. I wanted fear and uncertainty, not rational investigation. I did not anticipate that Mycroft Holmes would involve his famous brother." She rose from her chair with dignity, despite Lestrade moving quickly to restrain her. "I do not regret what I did, gentlemen. I only regret that it was necessary. Angus MacLeish was a good man who lost his way. I simply corrected the course before irreparable damage could be done." "Mrs. Macpherson," Lestrade said formally, "I am arresting you for the murder of Angus MacLeish. You will be taken into custody and transported to Edinburgh to face trial." As Lestrade led her toward the door, she turned back to Holmes. "You asked me earlier about the motive, Mr. Holmes. You spoke of Lady Catherine's influence, but that was only part of it. The deeper truth is that I loved these estates more than Angus MacLeish did. I loved the traditions, the history, the weight of centuries that these stones represent. I was willing to do what he would not, to sacrifice one life to preserve all of that. Does that make me a monster? Perhaps. But it makes me also the last true guardian of the old ways." After she had been removed, the three of us stood in the housekeeper's sitting room, the fire still crackling cheerfully, as though nothing of consequence had occurred. I felt drained, troubled by the complicated morality of what we had just witnessed. "Good Lord, Holmes," I said quietly. "She was trying to preserve a social order by committing murder. She actually believed she was doing the right thing. Many murderers do, Watson. The human capacity for self-justification is remarkable, Mrs. Macpherson convinced herself that she was serving a higher purpose, that one death could prevent wider chaos. She may even have been partly correct. We cannot know what consequences MacLeish's planned settlement might have had. But she was still wrong, Lestrade said firmly. Murder is murder, regardless of the motive. The law is clear on that point. Yes, Holmes agreed. Though I suspect the trial will be complicated by precisely the political considerations Beresford warned us about. Mrs. Macpherson's defence will undoubtedly invoke the very instability she was trying to prevent. She will paint herself as a defender of tradition against dangerous modern sentiments. It will be a public spectacle that may well provoke the very unrest everyone has been trying to avoid. A troubling thought occurred to me. Holmes, what about Lady Catherine? Mrs. Macpherson clearly blamed her for influencing MacLeish. With the housekeeper in custody, is Lady Catherine safe? An excellent point, Watson. We should ensure that she is informed of these developments, and that appropriate precautions are taken. Though I suspect that with Mrs. Macpherson arrested, the immediate danger has passed. We found Lady Catherine in the drawing-room, where we had interviewed her earlier. When we informed her of Mrs. Macpherson's arrest and confession, her reaction was complex, relief, mixed with something that might have been guilt or regret. She hated me, Lady Catherine said softly. I knew that, though she never said so directly. She saw me as an interloper, someone who didn't belong in her castle, who didn't understand or respect the traditions she valued. I tried to be respectful, but she looked up at us, her eyes wet with unshed tears. I did encourage Angus to think differently about his obligations. I thought he was too bound by the past, too constrained by traditions that no longer served any useful purpose. Was I wrong? Did I contribute to his death? Lady Catherine, I said gently, employing my most reassuring doctor's manner, you are not responsible for Mrs. Macpherson's actions. She made a choice, a terrible, criminal choice, that was hers alone. You did nothing more than love your husband and try to help him navigate a changing world. Holmes was more pragmatic. What Dr. Watson says is quite true, Lady MacLeish, but I must also be frank with you. Mrs. Macpherson's trial will likely become a public forum for debating these very questions of tradition versus progress, Highland autonomy versus modern governance. Your name will be invoked, your influence on your husband discussed and dissected. It will not be pleasant. I understand, Mr. Holmes. But perhaps— She paused, seeming to gather her thoughts. Perhaps some good can come from all this. Perhaps the conversation that Angus wanted to start, about historical wrongs, about reconciliation, about moving forward while honouring the past, perhaps that conversation can still happen, even if he's not here to lead it. It was, I thought, a remarkably mature and thoughtful response from a young woman who had just learned that she had been living under the same roof as her husband's murderer. Whatever doubts I had harboured about Lady Catherine's character or motives were dispelled in that moment. We spent the remainder of the evening attending to the various administrative details that follow any arrest. Statements to be taken, evidence to be catalogued, arrangements to be made for Mrs. Macpherson's transport to Edinburgh. Robert MacLeish, the new laird, proved surprisingly capable in managing the household crisis, directing servants with quiet authority and ensuring that the castle's routines continued despite the shocking revelations. As night fell over Dunvegan Castle, Holmes and I found ourselves once again in the library, each nursing a glass of the MacLeish whisky while the fire burned low in the grate. We sat in companionable silence for some time before Holmes finally spoke. "Tell me, Watson, do you believe we did the right thing? Mrs. Macpherson will hang, almost certainly, and her death may indeed trigger some of the instability she was trying to prevent. Would it not have been better to allow the mystery to remain unsolved, to let people believe in curses and supernatural vengeance, rather than face the uncomfortable truth of tradition-motivated murder? I considered the question carefully. No, Holmes, I don't believe that would have been better. Truth matters, even when it's uncomfortable. Justice matters, even when it's complicated. We are investigators, not judges of what consequences society should or should not face. We solve crimes and present evidence. What others do with that evidence is their responsibility, not ours." Holmes smiled, one of his rare, genuine smiles. "Well said, my friend. I find I agree with you, though I confess the political dimensions of this case have troubled me more than most. We have solved the mystery of the glass dagger, explained the impossible locked room, and identified a murderer. The fact that our solution raises as many questions as it answers is not our concern. We have done what we came to do, and did it brilliantly," I added. "The ice weapon, the hidden passage, Holmes, it was masterfully deduced." "Elementary, Watson," he replied, though I could hear the satisfaction in his voice. "The evidence was there for anyone to see, once one knew where to look and what questions to ask. Mrs. Macpherson was clever, I grant her that. But no crime is truly perfect, no matter how carefully planned. There are always traces, always inconsistencies, always some small detail that betrays the truth." We lapsed back into silence, watching the flames dance in the fireplace. Outside, the Highland wind howled around the ancient stones of Dunvegan Castle, and somewhere in the gathering darkness the old ways and the new world continued their eternal struggle. But in that moment, in that library, with the case solved and justice served, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. We had come to the Highlands seeking truth, and truth we had found. However complicated, however uncomfortable, however politically inconvenient it might prove to be, that was enough. It would have to be enough. Tomorrow we would return to London, to Baker Street, to the familiar routines of our partnership. But tonight we could rest in the knowledge that the mystery of the glass dagger had been solved, and that a murderer, however sympathetic her motives might seem, would face the consequences of her actions. The game was concluded. Justice, in its imperfect way, would be served. The morning of our departure from Dunvegan Castle dawned grey and misty, as though the Highland landscape itself mourned the resolution of its mystery. I stood at my chamber window, watching the mist roll across the moorland in great silent waves, and found myself reflecting on all that had transpired during our brief sojourn in this remote corner of Scotland. 3 days had passed since Mrs. Macpherson's arrest. 3 days during which the castle had been transformed from a household in shocked grief to one attempting to find its footing under new leadership. Robert MacLeish had proven himself more capable than I had initially imagined. He had the lawyer's gift for organizing chaos into order, for managing competing interests and smoothing over difficulties. Yet I wondered how he would fare in the longer term, whether his Edinburgh sensibilities would prove adequate to the demands of Highland leadership. Lady Catherine had departed the previous day, bound for her family in Surrey. Before leaving, she had sought us out in the library to express her gratitude for our investigation. I remembered her words still. "Thank you, gentlemen, for giving me the truth. It is a terrible truth, but it is better than living forever with uncertainty and suspicion." There had been a dignity in her grief that I found admirable, and I thought that perhaps, in time, she would find a life more suited to her temperament than the one she had endured at Dunvegan. Holmes had spent much of those 3 days in correspondence with his brother Mycroft, exchanging a series of telegrams whose contents he did not share with me, but which left him alternately thoughtful and irritated. I knew that the political ramifications of our investigation were being debated at the highest levels, that decisions were being made about how Mrs. Macpherson's trial would be conducted and what information would be made public. These were matters beyond our control, though I knew they troubled Holmes's sense that justice should be transparent and uncompromised by expedience. Inspector Lestrade had departed in the morning after the arrest, escorting Mrs. Macpherson to Edinburgh, where she would be held pending trial. Before leaving, he had clasped Holmes's hand with genuine warmth. "One of your finest cases, Mr. Holmes," he had said, "though I confess, I hope not all our future investigations prove quite so politically complicated." Holmes had smiled at that, and agreed that some mysteries were better left simple. Now, as I prepared for our own departure, I found myself torn between eagerness to return to the familiar comforts of Baker Street and a strange reluctance to leave this dramatic landscape. There was something about the Highlands that had worked its way into my imagination. The vast skies, the ancient stones, the sense of history layered upon history like geological strata. I understood, perhaps for the first time, why people like Mrs. Macpherson could become so devoted to preserving these traditions, even if I could never condone the methods she had employed. A knock at my door revealed Holmes, already dressed for travel, his expression suggesting that his thoughts had been running along similar lines to my own. "Ready, Watson? Our carriage departs within the hour. I've arranged for our luggage to be sent ahead to the station. Quite ready, Holmes, though I confess I shall miss this place in some peculiar way." "As shall I, Watson, as shall I." He moved to the window beside me, gazing out at the mist-shrouded landscape. There is something elemental about these mountains, is there not? They remind us of our own insignificance, of the brevity of human concerns set against geological time. Mrs. Macpherson killed to preserve traditions that are themselves but a moment in the vast span of Highland history. The irony is not lost on me. We made our way down to the entrance hall, where Robert McLeish awaited us. He shook our hands with genuine warmth, and I noticed that in just 3 days he had begun to carry himself differently, with more authority, more presence. Perhaps he would prove equal to his unexpected inheritance after all. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I cannot adequately express my gratitude for your work here. You have solved an impossible mystery and brought a murderer to justice. The McLeish family, what remains of it, is deeply in your debt." "We did only what any investigators would do, given the evidence," Holmes replied, though I detected a note of warmth in his voice. "I hope, Mr. McLeish, that you will find a way to honor your cousin's intentions regarding those historical settlements, even if the method must differ from what he originally envisioned. McLeish nodded gravely. I have been giving that considerable thought, Mr. Holmes. I believe there may be a way to address those legitimate grievances without creating the kind of public spectacle that would destabilize the region. Quiet compensation, private acknowledgements, perhaps the establishment of a charitable trust that serves the affected communities without requiring public admissions of historical guilt. It is a delicate balance, but I am a lawyer. Balance is what I do. A wise approach, Holmes approved. I wish you success in that endeavour. As our carriage pulled away from Dunvegan Castle, I turned for a final look at the ancient fortress. It stood grey and eternal against the misty morning, and I found myself hoping that it would endure for centuries more, that whatever social changes the future might bring, these stones, at least, would remain as a testament to the long sweep of Highland history. The journey to the railway station passed in contemplative silence. Holmes sat opposite me, his eyes distant, clearly lost in thought. I did not disturb him, knowing that he was processing the case in that remarkable mind of his, filing away lessons learned and observations made for future reference. It was only when we had boarded the train and were settled in our first-class compartment, with the Highland landscape beginning to roll past our windows, that Holmes finally spoke at length. Watson, I find myself troubled by this case in ways that extend beyond the usual satisfaction of having solved a puzzle. Mrs. Macpherson was a murderer, yes, but she was also a woman of principle, acting according to a moral code she genuinely believed in. She killed not for personal gain, but for what she perceived as the greater good. Does that make her crime more or less heinous? I considered this carefully. More heinous, I think. Personal crimes, murders committed in passion or for profit, are in some sense comprehensible. We can understand the human weakness that drives them. But ideological murder, killing in service of abstract principles, seems to me more dangerous because it lacks the limiting factor of personal interests. A person who kills for money may be satisfied once the money is obtained. A person who kills for ideology may kill again and again because the ideology always demands more. A sobering thought, Watson. And yet, we live in an age where ideological convictions are growing stronger, where traditional certainties are being challenged by modern ideas, where people on all sides are increasingly willing to resort to extreme measures to defend their visions of how society should be ordered. Mrs. Macpherson may be an isolated case, or she may be a harbinger of conflicts to come. You paint a dark picture, Holmes. Do I? Perhaps. Or perhaps I am simply recognizing that the world is changing in fundamental ways, and that change always brings turbulence. The old order represented by Dunvegan Castle, by Highland traditions, by the certainties that governed Mrs. Macpherson's life, all of that is passing away, whether gradually or suddenly, and there will be those who resist that passing, who fight to preserve what they believe is worth preserving. He fell silent for a moment, watching the landscape slide past. You know, Watson, when we first took this case, I thought it would be a simple matter of locked-room mechanics and impossible weapons, a puzzle to be solved through observation and deduction. And so it proved. The ice weapon, the hidden passage, these were indeed matters of logic and evidence. But underneath that puzzle lay questions far more complex. Questions about loyalty and tradition, about progress and preservation, about what we owe to the past and what we owe to the future. These are not questions that can be solved through deduction alone. No, I agreed. These are questions of philosophy, of morality, of competing visions of the good, and reasonable people may disagree about them. Precisely. Which brings me to a rather uncomfortable realization, Watson. In solving this case, we have not simply identified a criminal. We have also chosen sides in a larger conflict. By exposing Mrs. Macpherson, by bringing her to justice, we have effectively endorsed the modernizing impulse that she was fighting against. We have said, in effect, that Angus MacLeish's vision of progress and reconciliation was more valid than her vision of tradition and continuity. I was struck by this observation. Holmes rarely troubled himself with the broader implications of his investigations. He pursued truth, and left others to determine what that truth meant for society at large. That he was doing so now suggested how deeply this case had affected him. Holmes, I said carefully, I don't believe we chose sides at all. We simply pursued justice. Mrs. Macpherson committed murder, a premeditated, carefully planned murder. Whatever her motives, however sincerely she believed in her cause, she crossed a line that no civilized society can permit to be crossed. We did not endorse MacLeish's vision over hers. We simply affirmed that murder is not an acceptable means of advancing any vision, however noble. Holmes turned from the window to look at me, and I saw in his face a mixture of emotions. Gratitude, perhaps, for my attempt to provide clarity, but also continued uncertainty. You are right, of course, Watson. And yet, I cannot help but wonder what will become of places like Dunvegan, of traditions like those Mrs. Macpherson valued, as the modern world continues its inexorable advance. Will anything of value be lost in that transition? Or will it all simply be swept away as inevitable progress, with only a few die-hard romantics mourning what once was? I think, I said slowly, that the question is not whether change will come. It will, whether we wish it or not. The question is whether we can preserve what is genuinely valuable from the past while still embracing necessary progress. Robert MacLeish spoke of balance, and I believe that is the key. We need not wholly reject tradition to embrace modernity, nor must we cling to every ancient custom simply because it is ancient. A diplomatic answer, Watson. You should have been a politician. God forbid, I replied with feeling, and Holmes laughed. A genuine, warm laugh that broke the sombre mood that had settled over our conversation. We lapsed into comfortable silence for a time, and I found my thoughts drifting to the particulars of the case, to the elegant solution Holmes had uncovered. The ice weapon? It was brilliant in its simplicity, using the very properties of the material to create a weapon that would vanish completely. I thought of Mrs. Macpherson in her ice house, carefully carving that deadly blade, perhaps over several nights, perfecting its shape and balance. Had she felt guilt during those preparations? Or had she been sustained by her conviction that she was serving a greater good? Holmes, I said, breaking our silence, there's one aspect of the case I'm still not entirely clear on. How did you first suspect that the weapon might be ice? What led you to the particular theory? Holmes smiled, clearly pleased to return to matters of pure deduction. Several factors, Watson. First, the witnesses all described a weapon that was transparent and crystalline, like glass, they said, but also, I noted, like ice. Second, the weapon vanished completely within 30 minutes, which glass would not do, but ice certainly could, given the warming effect of a body and the morning sunlight. Third, and perhaps most tellingly, there was the nature of the wound itself. The wound. Yes, Dr. Campbell mentioned that there was surprisingly little external bleeding, despite a fatal chest wound. That suggested to me that the weapon had remained in place, effectively plugging the wound. But a glass weapon, being rigid and brittle, would almost certainly have broken when the body fell or moved. Ice, however, would conform slightly to the wound as it began to melt, maintaining a seal. That detail, more than any other, convinced me that we were dealing with frozen water rather than solid glass. I shook my head in admiration. Remarkable, Holmes. You extract such meaning from small details that others would overlook entirely. It is merely a matter of seeing what is there, Watson, rather than what one expects to see. Most people observe, but do not see. They allow their preconceptions to filter out inconvenient data. I simply try to maintain a mind open to all possibilities until the evidence points definitively in one direction. And the hidden passage? How did you deduce its existence? I did not deduce it so much as suspect it must exist. The locked room appeared genuinely impossible. No windows opened, no door disturbed, the key in the lock on the inside. Yet someone had clearly entered and exited. Therefore, there must be another means of access. Old castles like Dunvegan are notoriously full of hidden spaces and forgotten passages, built up over centuries by successive generations. It was simply a matter of finding which passage connected to the study. Fraser's knowledge of the gap between the old keep and the new wing provided the answer. The train rattled on, carrying us steadily southward toward Edinburgh and eventually London. Outside our window, the dramatic Highland landscape gradually gave way to gentler terrain, the beginning of that long transition from the wild north to the civilized south that mirrored, in its way, the larger transition from traditional to modern that we had been discussing. My thoughts turned to the human dimensions of the case, to Lady Catherine, who would now have to rebuild her life without the husband she had tried to help, to Robert McLeish, who had inherited an estate and a set of obligations he had never sought, to the servants of Dunvegan, who had lost both their master and their housekeeper in the space of a week. Every crime, I reflected, creates ripples that extend far beyond the immediate victim. Justice might be served, but it could not undo the harm that had been done or restore what had been lost. Holmes, I said, do you think Mrs. Macpherson's trial will become the public spectacle she intended to prevent? Will her actions end up highlighting the very issues she was trying to suppress? Almost certainly, Holmes replied. Irony is a constant companion in criminal investigation, Watson. She killed to prevent a public discussion of Highland grievances and historical wrongs, and in doing so she has ensured that those very topics will be debated in courtrooms and newspapers across Britain. Her trial will give voice to all the tensions and resentments she wished to keep buried. In trying to preserve the old silence, she is guaranteed new conversations. And Mycroft? What role will he play in managing those conversations? My brother will do what he does best. He will work behind the scenes to ensure that the public discussion remains within acceptable parameters, that certain sensitive details are kept confidential, that the trial produces the appearance of justice without causing genuine instability. It is a delicate task, and one that requires all his considerable skill. I do not envy him for the work, though I know he relishes such challenges. We spoke of other matters as the journey continued, of cases past and perhaps cases to come, of London gossip and scientific developments, of the small details of life that fill the spaces between dramatic events. Yet, I found my mind returning constantly to Dunvegan Castle, to Mrs. Macpherson's stern face as she confessed her crime, to the ice weapon melting slowly in that locked study, leaving no trace but memory, as we approached Edinburgh, where we would change trains for the final leg to London. Holmes turned to me with an expression I recognized, the look he wore when he was about to share some final observation or conclusion that would place the entire case in perspective. Watson, I want you to remember something about this case when you write it up for your chronicles, and I suspect you will, despite its political sensitivities. Remember that it was not simply a mystery of impossible weapons and locked rooms. It was a case about the price of conviction, about what happens when people value their principles more than they value human life. Mrs. Macpherson was not an evil woman, in the conventional sense. She was a devoted woman, a loyal woman, a woman who genuinely believed she was serving a greater good. And yet she committed a terrible crime. I will remember Holmes. Good. Because I think this case teaches an important lesson, that good intentions do not excuse evil actions, that the ends do not justify the means, that we must judge people not by what they claim to be protecting, but by what they are willing to do in that protection's name. Mrs. Macpherson will hang, not because she valued tradition over progress, but because she chose murder over persuasion, violence over argument, death over life. That distinction matters. It does matter, I agreed, and it will matter in my account of the case. As our train pulled into Edinburgh's Waverley Station, I found myself mentally composing the opening sentences of that account, knowing that it would be years before I could publish it. Not until the political sensitivities had faded, not until all the principles had passed from the scene. But I would write it, I determined, because this case contained truths worth preserving, lessons worth learning. We changed trains and settled into our London-bound compartment. The afternoon was well advanced now, and the landscape beyond our windows was touched with the golden light of autumn. As I felt that peculiar mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction that comes at the conclusion of a successful investigation. The weariness of intense mental effort combined with the contentment of puzzles solved and justice served. Holmes had pulled out his pipe and was smoking contentedly, his eyes half closed, in that state between waking and sleeping that he sometimes entered after a case was concluded. I knew he was processing everything, filing away details and observations in that remarkable mental archive of his, ready to be retrieved when some future case required similar insights. For my part, I opened my journal and began making notes. Not the full account I would eventually write, but scattered observations and impressions that I wanted to capture while they were still fresh. The mist on the moors, the stern portraits in the castle corridors, the ice house with its carved fragments, Mrs. Macpherson's hands gripping the chair arms as she confessed, Lady Catherine's dignified grief, Robert MacLeish growing into his unexpected role, and above all, the lesson at the heart of it all, that the most dangerous criminals are sometimes not those who know they are doing wrong, but those who believe most fervently that they are doing right. As twilight deepened and the lights of villages began to appear outside our windows, Holmes stirred and spoke one final time before we lapsed into the companionable silence that would carry us home to Baker Street. "Watson, do you know what troubles me most about this case? It is that I find I cannot entirely condemn Mrs. Macpherson, even though I brought her to justice. She was wrong, terribly, criminally wrong, but she was not weak or venal or petty. She was strong and principled and acted from genuine conviction. That makes her crime more tragic than if she'd simply killed for money or revenge. She destroyed herself for an idea, and there is something almost noble in that, even as we must condemn the destruction itself." "Perhaps," I suggested quietly, "that is what makes us human, Holmes. Our capacity for both nobility and horror, often in service of the same impulses. Mrs. Macpherson loved the traditions she had devoted her life to preserving, and that love drove her to commit an unforgivable act. We can acknowledge love even as we punish the act." "Well said, Watson. Well said indeed." The train carried on through the gathering darkness, bearing us home to London, to Baker Street, to the familiar comforts of our shared lodgings. Behind us, the Highlands receded into memory and distance, though the lessons of Dunvegan Castle would remain with us always. I closed my journal and looked across at my friend, silhouetted against the darkened window. How many cases had we shared over the years? How many mysteries had we unravelled together? Yet each one, I reflected, taught us something new. Not just about the mechanics of crime, but about the human heart, about the tangled motivations that drive people to extraordinary actions, both good and evil. The adventure of the glass dagger had begun with an impossible mystery, and ended with uncomfortable truths about tradition and progress, about loyalty and fanaticism, about the prices people pay for their convictions. It had taken us to one of Britain's wildest corners, and showed us that even in that remote place, the great questions of our age, how to balance past and future, how to honour tradition while embracing change, how to preserve what is valuable while discarding what is unjust, were being fought out in miniature. As the miles passed and London drew nearer, I found myself grateful for this partnership, for these adventures, for the opportunity to witness Holmes's remarkable mind at work, and to play my small part in the pursuit of justice. Whatever the future might bring, whatever cases might await us, whatever mysteries might demand a solution, I knew that we would face them together, as we always had. The glass dagger had melted away, leaving no physical trace of its existence. But the memory of it, and of all we had learned in the cold stone halls of Dunvegan Castle, would remain with us forever. Outside our window, the first lights of London began to appear on the horizon, the great city calling us home, calling us back to Baker Street, and to whatever adventures tomorrow might bring. The case was closed, the journey was ending, but the lessons we had learned, and the questions they raised about justice and conviction, about tradition and progress, about the line between nobility and horror, these would endure long after we had returned to the familiar comfort of our lodgings. And someday, when enough years had passed, I would write this account in full, preserving for posterity the strange case of the weapon that vanished, and the woman who believed so fervently in her cause that she was willing to destroy everything, including herself, to defend it. For now, though, There was only the gentle rocking of the train, the comfortable silence of friendship, and the warm glow of London welcoming us home through the autumn darkness.